Facebook is going on because the Facebook page is so difficult to navigate that I never know. But the system is telling me block. Perfect. Go.
I'm very excited for this 4 hours of Portimao with ACF and the Rom crew. We are here at Algarve International Circuit. It is a 2.891 mile circuit that is 4.6 kilometers for everybody not speaking in freedom units. And I think it's going to be an excellent race. We've got LMP1 cars, we've got LMP2 cars, and we have GTE cars on track today. So we've got 3 classes, and it's shaping up to be an excellent race.
So yeah, petrolheads, as you can hear, Cody, the man with the voice of 1000 angels, is with us. This is romrom.net, the channel sharing the joy of sim racing. And not only is Cody with us, but Jenny. Glad to see you here, Jenny. Welcome.
You too.
Serta, I think you may be a little quiet, and then Jenny may have cut out a little bit there.
Okay, I'm a little quiet. But boy, I have my microphone up to the top. So what you're saying is more that I should put you guys less and maybe the sound of the sim less. Okay? Is it better now?
Let's see.
You sound the same to me the whole time, Serta.
Sure, but what you hear is not exactly what you hear outside in the broadcast, because it goes to all these technical thingies that I only half understand.
Oh, that's right. What Cody. Yes.
Yeah, Jenny's good. I'm good. Serta, you're the only one who's a little quiet.
All right.
So if you're seeing cars out on track right now, those are our 4 LMP1 entries. We have 4 cars in the LMP1 class. We have, I believe, 10 cars in the LMP2 class. And we have 10 cars in, I'm sorry, not 10, 7 cars today in our GTE class today. We thank you guys for hanging on with us as we work out some of the technical difficulties that are inherent in streaming. Right now, the qualifying is finishing up. That's what you're seeing on your screen. And we will be ready to go live racing for the 4 hours of Portimao with ACF and Rom very shortly.
Oh, bother. Is that there's no chat on the stream. Not so good.
All right, so we've got a bit of a wait time. For our new commentators to Assetto Corsa, we have In Assetto Corsa, it's not quite as refined as in R Factor 2, where you have the opportunity to join either as a racer or as a spectator. Everybody joins as racers. And so if you are spectating, as we, the commentators, are, whenever the lights go off and the cars take off, we'll just hit escape and we'll send our cars back to the pits.
And I'm typing on the wrong one. Great. That's what happens when you have too many keyboards in front of you.
To wrongone.net.
Okay, this is the third WEC race that the Assetto Corsa Friends have done in Portimao. In this WEC season, it's the first that they've done at Portimao and the only one that they're gonna do in this season. So we already have some settings, and what you are seeing now on the broadcast is the grid, the way that is set up based on what they the positions that they have had until now. It's not the grid as based on the qualifying, because this has just now been decided, so it's nothing that we are able to tell you right now. But as you can see, we have 20 drivers in there. And as Cody already said, some of them driving the LMP1, some the LMP2s, and some the GTE cars. Let me see what I see. A lot of Porsches, one BMW, one Aston, one Ferrari, and what? Ah, okay. The race is about to start. Yep. They're all on their positions. As far as I remember, it's a standing start with no pace car. And those nice cars that you see are us, so to speak. We're gonna disappear into the pits as soon as the race starts.
Most certainly.
Don't we look dashing in red?
Yeah, the pace car lights suit you.
So I suppose the race is gonna start as soon as we reach the 4-hour mark.
We're very nearly there. The drivers are in their cars. They're gripping the steering wheel, ready for 4 hours of intense multi-class endurance racing action.
And by the way, even if it's not something that Assetto Corsa has a standard, the Assetto Corsa Friends have found a way to be able to switch seats. So some of the teams are driving with two pilots, two drivers. Some others are only one person driving the whole 4 hours, which would be grueling for me, but not for these guys. But as I said, we are going to be seeing driver switches during this race.
Indeed, your top qualifiers in all of the classes. Number one, we see. Actually, let me make sure that my information is entirely correct here. Let's see. I actually can't tell you confidently, so I'm going to shut my mouth. But I can tell you that our number one driver on the grid right now, or driver pairing, is the Audi R18 hybrid of Cedric Benz and Daniel Soul. They have qualified number one. We're seeing some. Okay, here we are. I see the safety car coming out. I think we will be having a pace car lap, or a safety car lap, as they say.
Yeah, looks very much like it, so I spoke through other places than my mouth.
Yep.
They did a change into Portimao. They wanted to do another race, but they had some internal discussions, and they considered Portimao to be much more interesting, with which I agree. I am not able to finish 5 laps consecutively without binning my car, so 4 hours would be impressive for me, and anybody who finishes this race at all is already a hero in my eyes, because Portimao, with all the altitude differences, blind apexes and whatnot, is really not the easiest track out there, and I'm very happy to see it here.
Certainly, it is a very challenging and fun circuit. I've heard it likened to a roller coaster with all of the undulating ups and downs and high-speed corners, and honestly, there's some banked corners there as well, as the safety car goes around one of them, as the safety car slides around one of them. But it's definitely an interesting circuit. This mod in particular, this is ACF's custom version of Portimao, and it is, or at least was a while ago, available from ACF as a rare public offering. The vast majority of their mods are not public. They are private and only for league use. But this one in particular is pretty available. We're also seeing the safety car get a little far ahead of the cars behind it, who are definitely allowing themselves lots of room around to catch up.
Well, now they
Oh no, we have a
and
crash.
we
have a
start with
crash.
pass. Great.
Switch to GAE. Yeah, there's been a bit of a mix-up there, on not even on the first lap, but on the grid. That'll be interesting because we are away, and we're coming around to the start-finish straight now, and those cars may have picked up a bit of damage even before we've gone out. The safety car is in. The cars are gridded up, and we are about to get going. Let's see. Jenny or Serto, one of you, do make sure that your Porsche is in the garage, that you hit escape and back to pits. Because, yes, there is a rogue safety car stopped out on track, C number 2.
May have been me. Surprised because I have an automatic thingy, but
All right, and it looks like we're off. I see cars racing around. Here we go. 4 hours of Portimao begins now. Oh, and we have a car, Rud, the Russian driver, Alexander Rudikov, in the number 83 LMP1 car. He had a good start, but a spin on that first lap. Had some contact with other drivers, and it sent him down into 9th. He's now going to have to wind his way past some LMP2 cars to get back up with the rest of the LMP1 field in that Haas LMP1 car. Yeah, that's a tough start for Rude. But it looks like we have the number 11 Porsche of Marek Nitsch and Martin Pristas in the Porsche 919 Hybrid there for ACFSK Racing in first. Close behind we have Saul and Ben, that's Cedric Benz and Daniel Saul in the number 96 Audi R18. And in third place in our LMP1 category is the Rebellion, Sasha Gerards and Michael Kraus, the Germans for Phoenix E-Racing. Down in LMP2, it looks like we have, let's see, I see an Alpine. Looks like the number 53 car of Eamon Cabral and Nathan Thibodeau in the Signatech Alpine Orica 07, leading the LMP2 category. In GTE, which is significantly easier to discern at a glance from the LMP1 and LMP2 cars, we have, let's see, Malkay LR. That looks like Mark Keller and Jonas Malman, the number 32 Porsche 911 RSR, leading the GTE category. Close behind, it looks like it's Porsche 1-2. Yes, we have the Overdrive Sim Racing team of Tommy Azelin and Peter Treusler in their Porsche, and then close behind in third, very close behind, we have the Corvette C8R on the grid. Eddie Dorazon and Gunnar Frey in the Corvette Racing number 64 car. That livery, interestingly, a reference to the old C5R that used to race, where they had the black line denoting the black line separating the white stripes, or the white side markers with the black stripe and then the yellow top. I think that's a really good look for the new C8R that we have racing around this circuit. Beautiful car that. It looks like we're starting to see a bit of a... we've had the LMP1 of Rude, who had that early crash, Alexander Rudikov. He has made his way back up through the field of LMP2 cars, and he is now at the back of the LMP1 grid, where he had wanted to be. And you definitely don't want to be fighting through multi-class traffic on lap 2. We have a very, very close battle shaping up on your screen here between Saul, Ben, let's see, that is Cedric Benz and Daniel Saul. I'm still associating myself with the 3-letter codes of all the drivers' names. I will be reading them out since we have the cheat sheet and you do not, so we'll be reading those out for you guys. But the number 96 car, Cedric Benz and Daniel Saul, is right on the heels of the number 11 Marek Nitsch and Martin Pristis ACFSK racing machine. It is a 4-hour race, but he is hanging in his rearview mirror, just letting him know, hey, I'm right behind you. I'm on pace, and I'm going to catch you.
At least most of the drivers are taking it easy at the moment because it's 4 hours. You don't need to win in the first 5 minutes. Sure, you need to put your mark, you need to have a good position, but 4 hours is a long time.
Absolutely. But it looks like we're seeing a few drivers who are separating into their respective paces. And it looks like we're seeing a very, very close pace between The number 11 and number 96 car chasing close behind. We're already starting to lap some GTE cars. We see them just roaring around. The Corvette racing car is holding very, very closely behind Overdrive Sim Racing's Porsche 911. And much like the LMP1 situation, he's not making a move just yet, but he's letting him know. He's letting him know that he's there. He's letting him know that, hey, I'm on your tail. This is not going to be an easy win for you, and I'm going to get you.
So we got a message from Twitch on the number 11 at the moment. Marek Nitsch is driving, and on the 96 is Daniel Soul driving.
See, and we just had a pass in the LMP2 category. It looks like the Cetilar branded car of Marius Donison and Nicholas Zahn has just passed. Let's see, the 50. The 05, sorry, the 05 car of Deek Motorsport, Daniel Kellerman and Marcel Nagy, those drivers.
And there we go, there we go. Yes, the Porsche goes white and the Aston Martin the place, or is that a Corvette?
Serta, I believe you're really, really quiet. We can't quite hear you. But yes, the Corvette has passed the Overdrive Sim Racing Porsche 911 RSR for position. That looks to be in class. That looks to be second in class. That is just earned from the Porsche. And this is really where things get quite interesting. Whenever the cars on track in the different classes start to lap and be lapped.
Ooh, and there's a spin.
A spin. We have a spin.
No, have a spin. He was able to catch it.
Aha. Well, the number 78 of let's see, number 78 car. That seems to be. These are not arranged alphabetically on our timing lines. Who is number 78 car? Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, that's 84. I don't know why I was seeing 78 on the hood. But yes, the 84 car of Max Gusev and Kuzma Pichulin has unfortunately come into pit. I believe that was our car that had spun. But they have now pitted in to repair those damages. Yes, Jenny, I don't think we're hearing you at all now.
Okay, still. Oh, now you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now.
No.
Yeah, I couldn't hear my echo before, and I said, "Oh no, nobody's hearing me." I could just feel it. Oh no. Okay,
Well,
I know you guys probably think I'm quiet, but I'm not. Nobody was listening to me. Yeah.
well, welcome to the stream, Jenny. It's excellent to have you on board again.
Okay, I'm happy to be back. I know I was super excited with watching the Audi in the front, and I was with that lap traffic, and I was getting all excited, and nobody could hear it. It's my favorite part about multi-class racing is honestly the chaos that comes along with it, and the close racing and passing, and then other classes get in your way.
And what I'm seeing is that because we have the information from race control, there's a lot of these guys who are cutting the track, which doesn't surprise me because it's Portimao. It's not an easy track, but still, if they don't take care of that, and we are 3 hours and 48 minutes away from the end of the race, if they don't take care of that, they're gonna have some stop and goes or similar penalties, and that's not something that you want, not even on a 4-hour race.
Are there certain corners that they are referencing, or just in general the track?
I would have to look up the live information and find out what the corner numbers are. So at the moment, I'm not able to tell you like right away. Yeah, the system doesn't give a corner number. It just says cut the track. You're like, yeah, unsurprisingly. Oh, we see a slowing down car.
Yeah, I saw that too. Let's see.
LMP. Oh, small bing there. Has 31. So a question to the people watching on the stream. Can we all be heard okay? Let us know. We of course have somebody listening in, but we want to know your opinion too.
You are still a little quiet, sorta.
Heavens, Betsy, I've put myself like so loud. There's a lot of people out there who would wish me more quiet, so I don't know.
Well, we quite like to have you, and certainly, yeah. More interesting than that, though, is the Audi is getting ever closer to the Porsche, as they come around the corners here. Some of these corners are named with the track description, and some of them are not.
Yeah, Portimao is a mixed bag in that. Not all corners have a name.
Right. Yeah. So, but we're on the main stretch right now in the LMP1 category, and he's dropped back a little bit right now. But the Audi of Euro Proton, driven by Benz and Sol, yeah, as they weave their way through the lap down cars, certainly the GTEs and now even some LMP2 cars here. They're trying to manage that. He's getting really close there. That LMP2 car was a little close to the back of the Audi, but thankfully no contact there. It is a long race, and they've got to protect those cars. We did see that that one little mix-up on the safety car lap, on the formation lap, and that was certainly something you do not want to see. We saw some very heavy damage come out of some similar events in previous races, and I'm not quite sure if that was the case on this one, but certainly something the drivers have to be cognizant of. It's like you have to make this car last 4 hours.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than ruining your race before it even started. So do you guys have a favorite color scheme yet in all these vehicles?
Oh goodness, I'm biased towards Corvette racing, I must say, but of all of these, of the custom designs that I see, the Aero branded LMP2 car of, oh goodness, what was it? Aspire Racing Team. They're running 2 LMP2 cars. Commentators curse.
Yes.
I mentioned one of them, and they go off track. But I certainly have been enjoying their design. It looks very well put together, very nice, and I could see this at Le Mans. I really could.
I like the design that looks like made of mosaic paint.
Is that the Rebellion?
No,
Or-
it's one of the GTEs. Trying
Oh,
to
one of
find
the
out which
GTEs.
one. I think it's
Oh,
this.
BMW?
Yeah, it's the
With the aqua
BMW.
colors.
Yeah, it's the BMW.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a beautiful car, certainly.
That's a good idea also. Put it that way.
The standings for LMP1 are as follows. We have the number 11 of Merrick Nitsch and Martin Priestas for ACFSK Racing. In first, we have the Cedric Benz and Daniel Saul driven Europroton machine, the Audi R18 Hybrid. In second, and then we have Sasha Gerards and Michael Kraus in the Phoenix E-Racing Rebellion in third. And the number 2, or the P2 car that is leading in first in class is having to push a couple of buttons. My apologies.
The 50. Number 53.
Yes, the number 53, driven by that was Signatech Alpine's A-Main, Cabrol, and Nathan Thibodeau. There in the front. And let's see. Okay, I've gotten my stuff sorted, I think.
So I'm gonna try not to be too quiet during this session, but you know, I'm a little new to this program, so I'm trying really hard to follow everything because I'm R factor. So I'm trying really hard, you guys, to just holler at me. There's a lot going on.
Certainly. If you guys see a little bit of fluttering in and out, I'm trying to get control of my mouse. Whenever I click on Assetto Corsa to do something, anything on there, it resets my mouse to like the center of my other monitor. So I am leaving and joining Assetto Corsa, which is why my commentary the past few minutes has been a little inconsistent because I'm troubleshooting as I'm commentating.
You and me both.
There's still a really heated battle between the LMP1 and the top two still, and it's just so interesting. I feel like nothing has changed since the race has started. They're both just right there still.
Typically, as a race goes on, especially an endurance race goes on, you start to see them stratify and stretch out. We really haven't seen that between these two cars. They are exactly on the same pace, and that's going to make for a very interesting 4 hours.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like there has been some distance around the track with all the other vehicles. These two are just right there. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine how, you know, the racing is going? It's already a difficult track as is. Can you imagine having some rain involved in here?
Oh goodness, she said it. She said it.
You mean
Yeah,
like in
Portimao's-
Spa?
that could make it a very boring race if it was like Spa.
True that.
Yeah, I've sat through traffic lights longer than that spa race.
That was, as Alonso and Hamilton said, that was made only for the money.
Yeah, that was. I did not agree. I did not like that at all.
I'm curious, were there refunds issued? to the
No,
spectators?
because the race took place.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That's
and that's why
terrible.
the driver. They were saying that they should have refunded it, and it shouldn't have even taken place, or they should have canceled it, refunded, no points, just move on.
So you may have seen there that one driver disconnected. In theory, at least the way the system is set up, it's not DNFing. They are doing a driver swap, but let's hope that everything works right. Because of course, also the people from Assetto Corsa Friends that organize these races don't get everything done. Ooh, had a little bit of a moment there between the Ferrari and the LMP, but all's good, no touching.
Do you guys know the top speed on that one straight? Shoot, I don't know that part of the track, but there's the one straightaway. Do you guys know the top speeds?
I can get that information for you and I'll be back soon.
You mean the top speeds at Portimao?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me see. Give me a second. LMP2. Well, top speeds they don't show. They show only the timings. The fastest lap of an LMP2 on Portimao is 1:29.670. The fastest lap of a Formula One is 1:18.750. And the fastest time of an LMP1 is 1:32.375. Of course, there are other top times and so on, depending on which cars. Oh yeah, let's go for a GTE is 1:38.757. So the fastest have been the Formula Ones and then the LMP2s. Was set up in 2020. But and of course, the Formula One record was also set up in 2020 because, as far as I know, they have only raced once at Portimao.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what that means in with regards to the max speed, I'm not able to tell you at the moment.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, I have been behind the scenes. I've been leaving Assetto Corsa, coming back to Assetto Corsa in windowed mode so that I can actually use my mouse. But it looks like none of the drivers are on the straightaway at the moment. But I have a bit of a speed trap set up, and I'll be able to get you some LMP1 top speeds whenever they come around again.
We see
All
Hoff
right, that was
struggling a little bit.
330 kilometers an hour at the
Yikes.
end of the front stretch.
Or as we say in Germany, normal Autobahn speed.
Yes. Oh, that's one of my bucket lists. One of these times I'm gonna do it.
Well, I've never reached 330, but 250, yes.
I've
Oh
driven
my
on
gosh.
the fastest speed limit in North America. That's in Texas. There's an 85-mile-an-hour speed limit on I think it's a toll road out of Austin.
And
Oh,
how
okay,
much
yeah.
is that for us socialists that don't measure things in miles?
Let's see. 60 being 100, it's like 150 kilometers an hour, 140,
Okay.
150, thereabouts.
Sure does not impressed.
Well, I mean, you know, I reached that on the autobahn with my electric car, so, but yeah,
Oh!
but
Now,
go
the
ahead.
thing that you have to realize about driving in Texas specifically is that the speed limit is most often seen effectively as a minimum. Like if you're going under the speed limit on the highway, like people are going to be honking at you as you go around. Like you've got to, like you're a rolling roadblock. You are a hazard if you are driving the speed limit on the highway in Texas.
Minimum.
Typically, it's about 10 miles per hour over that you'll typically see people going, about 5 to 10 over that. And so on that 85-mile-an-hour road, I can recall doing 100 miles an hour, which is 160 kilometers an hour. And I do know that because they line up very, very closely on my speedometer.
So at least what we're seeing right now is that they're all driving quite okay, and the overtakes by the LMPs towards the GTEs are also going quite well, even in difficult situations. So they are well trained.
Absolutely. This has been, for the most part, a very clean race. We had a little bit of
Other than the introduction
a
round.
wobble at the start, yes. But for the most part, this has been very clean, very nice, very good.
But what we're
Yeah.
seeing is that the number 9 LMP is still only half a second away from the number 1 LMP, which is impressive. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to keep that up for 3.5 hours, but still, what are we? 6 into the right now, but it's impressive that they are so near.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes into our 4-hour race. And yeah, it's been a very interesting battle shaping up here. The Audi R18 of Europroton, they've been just glued to the tail of the Porsche 919 of ACFSK Racing. Not making any significant moves, although it looks like he's getting a little close.
Yeah, it's getting a little racy right now.
But he's in a good spot. It's very, it's very nice to be able to just sit behind the leader, be on pace, and keep a pressure on them throughout, and hopefully fatigue them that way. That's a good spot to be in.
And let's not forget one thing: Assetto Corsa simulates the draft, and therefore, if we remember that these races have fixed fuel, the number 9 is saving fuel, and that may be important at the end of the race.
It may. That number 9 is actually our number 96 car of Cedric Benz and Daniel Soul. And it looks like we're only seeing the first digit of all of the car names, all the car numbers. Pardon me.
Okay, because I'm looking at the wrong place in the numbering. Sure. They had a bit of a moment, the 96 and the 11, because they were overtaking GTE, but Sol was not able or willing to use the possibility and stood behind.
Indeed.
Yeah, that Audi there, I feel like they're showing a lot of patience. I'm actually really impressed. I feel a lot of the times I see racers getting really excited in a rush, just let's do it. So I can appreciate the fact that maybe they're acknowledging, hey, this is a long race. Let's just be patient and we'll capitalize when, that door opens.
Yeah, I mean, First of all, remember this is already the fourth race, and second, the AC Friends have a system where you are only allowed to start racing these kind of races when you have shown that you are able mentally and by your driving to drive these kind of races. So they filter a little bit,
Right.
and only those who are really good at driving are allowed there. So that's why I'm commentating and not driving.
Ditto. Well, that it's obviously it's a proven method because it's nice. I do get a little upset and flustered when I see a car because it makes my blood boil when they're just overly aggressive. And I just think, gosh, people put practice into this. They look forward to these races, and then it gets messed up on the first few laps from an over aggressive driver, and it just feels unfair, and I don't like that. So this, for me, is very enjoyable.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of consistent racing throughout. These guys aren't just racing, they're not racing a sprint race, they're racing an endurance race. And they're not just racing a race, they're racing a championship here. This is all for points.
Right. Yeah.
And these drivers are definitely racing with the long haul in mind. And it's very evident by what we've seen here.
The GTEs are one by one getting into pits and refueling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Saul was able to overtake. Oh.
Oh man, I missed it. I was going to see if there was any other battles going around.
The Audi takes the lead.
Maybe as there is a Ferrari behind them, maybe it was again a tricky situation overtaking a GTE and took the opportunity. Which is definitely a thing that happens with WEC and endurance racing.
Yeah, I wonder if that Audi's going to end up pulling away a little bit, or if it's going to stay close between them.
At the moment, it's kinda as it was before, only with switched places, like a second, half a second, a second, half a second, depending on where they are. So let's see. Also, they are in the middle of traffic. Forget that.
Absolutely, that's going to catch them. That's going to allow the
There we go.
now chasing Porsche to catch up to that Audi.
Ooh. Yeah, look how close now.
They weave their way around a Porsche GT3 car. Looks like.
And the
it's
Porsche
gonna
is
go.
trying.
Diving down the inside. He's going to see.
Oh, some
Ooh,
touch.
bit of a tap there.
Yeah. Just a little hello.
The next one is a right hand, so the Audi is taking it. Yeah.
Oh, that was good driving by that 44 to get out of the way. That was
Yeah. And it's a difficult place to get out of the way.
Absolutely, that Porsche certainly knew when to pull back, and then the Porsche LMP1 also the same. So if that LMP1 car had tried to force the issue as well, and they had gone, say 3 wide through that, and then had an incident, that could have been very bad for all of the cars involved there.
I know we are looking at race cars, but I can't help but think because I feel I might have told you guys, but I have my motorcycle license, and so we ride motorcycles, street bikes, and I just think, man, how cool would it be to ride a motorcycle on this track also?
I
Yeah.
believe they do. I think
Yes.
it's a spot on the MotoGP circuit.
Oh, on that circuit. Okay, yeah, we watch and record that.
Oh, Porsche dives down on the inside. Same corner that the Audi had taken the position on before, and it's Porsche back on top.
Yes, it is.
Looks like Marinic and Martin Pristas have gotten out. Oh, a bit of a slow exit out of that one corner. The Audi is
Yeah.
alongside now, has the inside line. The Audi takes it back. Europroton and ACFSK are really, really battling it out. As they weave their way around yet another Porsche GTE. It's they're trading places now. We're now at this point 40 minutes into the race, and they are flashing the lights. Trying to get in his head as they come around for the straight. They're gonna go up to 340 kilometers an hour right alongside him. The Porsche takes it, but it's never permanent with 3 hours and 21 minutes left to go. It is a battle of, as in the WEC, it's a battle of the red, white, and black cars in LMP1 at the top, battling it out. And now it's on to the Audi. Are they going to hang back as they've been and make it through more of the race casually, or are they going to push yet again and try to take that position from the ACFSK Racing Porsche 919 Hybrid?
It's so exciting. I'm scared to look away, but I want to see the other battles going on the track.
Our closest battle, if we're looking at the deltas on our screen,
Right.
the closest battle is between the GTEs, that Corvette Racing, Corvette clearly, and the Porsche of Mark Keller and Jonas Malman for the Porsche GT team. So the two pseudo works GTE entries are duking it out there. But that battle is about 6 seconds off. It's more of a chase than a battle.
Right, exactly. Yes.
This 1-2 fight for the overall lead between the Audi R18 and the Porsche 919 Hybrid is neck and neck, certainly.
Fun.
Here we see an LMP2 car down at the lower end of the rev range and at lower grips. LMP2s and LMP1s have a little bit of competition. Of course, when they get out into the straights and the fast corners with, the LMP1 cars, hybrid systems, and much greater downforce, they really leave them in the dust. But there we saw, in that small, slow, tight corner, we saw an LMP2 car right up on the back of the Audi R18, just kind of reminding him that, hey, we're on track here too. You gotta watch out for us.
I gotta say, driving a GT car in an endurance race is a very humbling experience because, of course, all the LMPs are flying past you while you are trying to just keep the freaking car on the road. So it's always very interesting, but I haven't in the multiplayer. I haven't taken anything else than GT because it's difficult enough for me, even if I love driving these LMPs.
Oh, absolutely. These LMPs are so planted, both the LMP1s and LMP2s. They're absolutely glued to the ground, especially at the higher speeds. They do not have ABS, but they do have traction control. And so whenever you are flying around those corners at high speeds, you really kind of get a sense of invincibility. They're so well built and so such marvels of engineering. It really can just be focus and about the racecraft rather than struggling to keep the car on the road, like we saw in earlier years. Anybody who's driven a Group C or a Group 4 car from the 60s or 70s would all understand. Yeah, with these, there's definitely so much more control, and you see these drivers having a absolute mastery of them. You know, this is the top of the ACF split. You know, only after you've made it through their fairly extensive trainee program and have graduated up
So
to
the
this. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, the Porsche pitted and the Audi's out.
Oh yes,
Now
yes
trying.
indeed. We're actually seeing quite a few pit stops. I'm seeing
Yeah.
some LMP2 cars in the pits. Your previous leader of the Signatech Alpine, they're in the pits. The Porsche has pitted in. I see a BR1 Dallara of Funny Formula Wombats, which is an excellent name for our LMP2 team, with bearing the number 31 on the side. But yes, the number 3 car, NNT PRI, that's, pardon us, they use codes here. Merrick Nietzsche and Martin Pristis, it looks like they're doing a driver change. Yes, so we're
Yes.
seeing a
Yeah.
driver change from
Yeah.
If you see a DNF while one of the cars is in pits, it's because they're doing a driver change. And as I said, the ACF have a clever system to allow that, but for a short while, the server registers it as a driver skipping the race and shows a DNF. Don't be disturbed by that. It's just a technical thingy. They have found a workaround to be able to do driver swaps in a sim that does not from its system allow that.
Well, we commend them for figuring that out, certainly.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the Audi R18 now takes the lead. They will have to do a driver change later on, but they are going to try to make the best of this, get as much of a lead as they can on that Porsche. That Porsche
I
is now...
love when people.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Coach Lee. I just wanted to say that it's so fun when everybody pits, because it, messes up, kind of shakes the track up a little bit again. So you have everybody in different positions, and then it gets a little bit more racy, and that's always fun.
Yeah, but it's a mess up for commentating, because you're like, that and that one is the first, and you're like, no, he hasn't pitted yet.
No.
Oh, okay,
Yep,
damn it.
exactly. That's so true.
But we were saying about motorcycles, I've looked it up. MotoGP, World SPK, and Moto2 are at least 3 of the series that that use Portimao for racing.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I just really got into MotoGP earlier this year, maybe late last year. But it's been super fun. And then, of course, getting my license, we ride pretty often now. So I always think about, ooh, what would this be like on my motorcycle, since I don't have a race car.
There are a couple of racing sims for motorcycles, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The company Motorsport Games that bought up R Factor 2 bought a motorcycle sim producing company shortly after that. So they are going, and if you remember that they bought Kartcraft, they are going for a broad spectrum of motorsport simulations. Whoa, I killed the chat.
That's mean.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
We're seeing more pit stops now. Rud, our Russian driver,
Yep.
Alexander Rudikov, in the Haas Toyota TSO 50. He has pitted in. We're seeing now leaving the pits the other LMP1 car that we actually really haven't talked about too much, the Sasha Girards and Michael Krause's Rebellion R13. They're back out on track now.
And let's not forget that Assetto Corsa has tire temperatures, so all these people coming out of pits, they're gonna have cold tires.
Absolutely.
Right.
And on a track that's so reliant on grip, with all of its fast flowing corners, it's very, very important to have some warmed up tires. We actually can see that on some of these cars as they come out. They have to be a little bit more tender around both the fast and the slow corners. I would say even especially the slow corners, because it's really, really easy. Again, these cars do have traction control, but no ABS. It can still be really easy to give it just a little bit too much power around a corner on cold tires. And cold race tires are worse on grip than road tires are. So you've got to be very, very careful with the throttle application coming out of the pits, because it's really easy to spin it and bend it.
Especially if you don't have a driver change, and the same driver goes out, he's accustomed to race on the warmer tires with better grip,
Right.
and then comes out with cold tires. And if you don't keep that in mind with all the curves that Portimao has, you will be slipping away. But for now, what we're seeing is people out of the pits being really careful.
Sasha Gerard's in the number 23 Rebellion R13 in that very interesting graffiti livery. They went through the pits twice. They had come out of the pits and then they went back through. Can we check with race control? Perhaps was that a drive-through penalty?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
and then
it was.
also- Aha. Wanted to make sure, but yes, there we go. Drive-through penalty for Sasha Gerard's. Also, we have in the pit lane the Europroton Audi R18. They are now leaving their pit box and are coming back out just in time for the Porsche to overtake. So, the battle, it's back. Here we are. Now, they will have to catch up, and again, they are on cold tires. The Audi is on cold tires coming out, while the Porsche has been going around for a lap. But you'll also remember they've made their driver change. I don't think we saw a driver change for the Audi. I didn't see them leave the server and come back in. So,
Ooh,
yeah, a little bit of a touch there from that
yeah.
Alpine.
That's what you get
careful,
when you have three different types of cars racing.
Absolutely,
This
a
is
little bit of
true.
a hairy situation there, yeah.
And almost
The-
there again. Hey,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
wow.
Mhm.
Must be very cold tires. Jeez.
The number 19 LMP2 car of
Oh,
Ali Cha, they
man.
have been in the pits now for a good while. Unfortunately, they were doing a little bit better than we saw prior
Wow.
to now, but they've been sitting there for a while. I
Now
haven't
they're
seen
moving.
them do a driver change, but now they're coming back out. But it looks like they lost some time there. Perhaps there was a bit of damage that had to be repaired.
And we believe that Audi has not done a driver change yet.
Correct. They
Okay.
have pitted in, but I've not seen a
Okay.
driver change done.
I mean, there are teams that are racing with only one driver the whole 4 hours, but that's not the team
Yep.
in the Audi.
Right.
Oh, I do
It
see
must be the
a.
tire, but it looks
Uh,
like the Audi differently now. It's interesting.
The LMP2 team, Funny Formula Wombats, who at this point has been leading the LMP2 category, they have now pitted in, and they're doing their driver change. And now the Signatech Alpine matchup of Amain Cabrol and Nathan Thibodeau overtake for your LMP2 lead.
And also then, again, funny Formula One bets.
Yep. In the GTE category, we are still seeing Mark Keller and Jonas Malman of the Porsche GT team leading that class with the Corvette behind. They're about 5 seconds behind. They're catching up, certainly, but it's been rubber banding throughout. The LMP2 of Ali Cha, they definitely took a long time in the pits because they are behind both of those GTE cars, and they'll have to work their way past for position. I have to wonder, and sort of this is more of a question for you, when there is the option to race with either one driver or two drivers, why race with two drivers and have to do a driver change?
Maybe because you're a set-up team of buddies and want to drive both. Maybe because you consider 4 hours to be a little bit much. I know I would. So there's different reasons. I mean, especially like a track like Portimao is incredibly difficult. And
little spin out.
come again?
Sorry. There's a little spin out.
Ah, there we go.
What's the car number?
19.
Oh, that's the Ali Cha for my commentators and those watching. That is the
Yes.
goodness, the number 19 Aspire Racing Team car that I had. Yeah, I had lauded the design of.
Yes,
But
I love the color.
a beautiful car does not make a fast car always. And so, looks like they had a bit of a spin there. They're having some terrible luck. They spent ages in the pits, and now they're fighting to even get past some GTE cars.
Well, it's a long race. Long race.
Still 3 hours to go. So you were asking, and I was saying, tracks like this, Portimao, you have to be so concentrated on every curve, on every apex. The only time that you can breathe a little bit out is the start and end straight, and that's about it at Portimao. So imagine having to be 4 hours lap by lap concentrated. Even if you are allowed to drive alone, maybe after 2 hours you're saying, okay, that's enough for me. Or you do it this way, that each driver makes 1 hour, then the other takes, and so the other has one hour of a breather, because it's really taxing to drive at a track like Portimao and be able to concentrate for 4 straight hours. Yeah, and there's Mike in the Twitch chat is saying karting 3 hours takes its toll. Yes, and he can't imagine focusing in the last hour. I agree. I mean, of course, you don't have the G-forces in sim racing as you have in real life racing, and even in karting, the G-forces are strong enough. But while you don't have the G-forces, you still have to concentrate getting the apexes right and so on. And if you have a good wheel, even a DD wheel, you do have the forces of the wheel. You feel the forces of the tires. I know, for example, I have my DD wheel set so that it feels quite realistic, and therefore I do have to fight for every corner to take it right, because that's the way a real racing car feels.
The Dmitry Nazarov and Alexei Sontsev matchup of Funny Formula Wombats in that number 31 car. They pitted in for a driver change, I believe. We had thought they had pitted in for a driver change, but they have now dropped back to almost last on the grid. I'm not seeing them in the server at the moment. And so I'm having to wonder if they had a retirement or if they're having some sort of an issue with the server connection or the driver change. I know that Russia's a big place, and maybe the server directions got lost, but perhaps there's sort of, I don't know, just some sort of another issue they're dealing with. It's certainly something that we'll have to look into and see what the problem is. But they have dropped back from being your LMP2 leaders, I think, at one point, all the way down to 18th out of 19 cars on the grid.
I mean, there were a couple of drivers on Discord saying they had a very, very bad connection, like a very high ping. So it may have been exactly what you're saying.
Quite possibly.
And what we're seeing is very typical from Portimao. That first curve after the start and end straight, it always comes too fast towards you. Like, you know it's there, but first of all, at least in the tracks that I've driven on, it's got a slight bump, so you have to take care of that. And second, you never think you are as fast as you really are, and if you don't start braking soon enough, you're not able to take that well. What we're also seeing is that the race at the top between the Porsche and the Audi has now calmed a little bit. The Audi was at some point 7 seconds away from the Porsche, but is now between 4 and 6. So it seems that pit stop was not good for them.
Indeed, because they were right on each other's tail, trading places so much, and now let's put a little bit of distance between them in favor of the Porsche.
And they have both pitted. It's not as if one did not pit and the other did, so...
Yep. Speaking of pitting, the Gabman Rennsport Aston Martin Vantage GTE, that number 15 car, has come in for their pit stop. They went for a little bit of a different strategy than most. They opted to stay out longer than pretty much all of their GTE car counterparts. And looks like they're going to try to make that stretch through most of the rest of the race. We'll see how that pays off for them. But currently, they're about midfield on... actually, no, because we've got some cars... They're actually second to last now that they've come into the pits. But certainly they are not having the best of times, hopefully, for them. This alternate pit strategy will help them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget they still have 3 hours to go.
That is very true, and a lot can change in 3 hours. But yes, we are an hour in at this point into our 4 hours of Portimao. You're watching AC Friends and Rom. And it's been a great race so far, especially if you're paying attention to the LMP1 cars. The LMP2s have had an interesting time of it with some driver changes and such. We're also seeing... I'm seeing on my... Hoff, the Hoff driver, HOF. I'm having to find them because they are not on track, so I'm having to find them on my spotter guide. Valkyrie E-Racing, the Ferrari 488 GTE, who we haven't discussed much. That number 78 car, looks like they may be making a driver change as well. That's Moritz Hofer and Erwin Volks.
May very well be, but they've been in pits for 2 minutes already.
Indeed.
Although, if I remember correctly from the driver briefing, the minimum time that they are allowed to be in pits is 3.5 minutes anyway. So 2 minutes is still within the normal.
Looks like that Audi has cut that time even more now.
Yeah, they are almost 3.
Yeah.
Down from the 7 seconds at the beginning and the
Right.
4 to 6 seconds when I last took a look at them.
I did read somewhere that there's apartments on this race land somewhere.
I think
Did you guys read
what we're seeing right now, the building there, there's apartments for rent there. It's I think it's even called the VIP building or something like that. Yeah, I mean, if you own those apartments, you're set for life.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you were able to buy one of those apartments, you were set for life anyway.
Anyway, exactly.
There's a circuit near where I am. It's not a racing circuit so much as it is a track day and testing sort of circuit here in Texas called Eagles Canyon Raceway. I believe there's a mod for it for Assetto Corsa. I recommend it. It's a good layout. But alongside it, around the track, they have these houses that are, well, they're not pretty, but they are certainly very functional in that they have like these massive garages of like 3 cars. Like you'll have like a 3-car garage and then a separate like enclosed RV garage, like a garage to fit an entire motorhome in.
Wow.
And they'll have like all of those just arranged right by the track. And so you can have all in a garage, you know, your car, your spouse's car, your race car, and then your RV.
You were saying Eagle Hill?
I think Eagles Canyon.
Okay,
I think
no,
it was.
no.
It might be a different one I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
but
at least
certainly
not
a track in Texas.
At least I don't have an Eagle Canyon in our database. It has something like 2,000 tracks. I have an Eagle Hill Speed.
It's not quite what I was thinking of. I think it's Eagles Canyon Raceway in Wise County, Texas.
I think we have a race again between our.
Yes,
our
we
top
do.
2.
The Audi has caught up to the Porsche. Porsche now having a new driver, I believe. Saw that driver changed a little bit earlier, and so they may have swapped out for their slightly slower driver. And then they also, you know, the drivers did not hit at the exact same time, and there might be a little bit of a difference there. But one thing's for sure, that Audi is catching up and is not. Hey, how's it going?
Yep.
As they go out onto the straight here.
Okay, so I did a little bit of Googling, and there is at least a video, Assetto Corsa lap at Eagles Canyon Ranch.
Hey, there you go.
Mhm.
What? There is an Assetto Corsa mod that we don't have in our database? That
Absolutely. If you're looking for some pretty cool mods, romrom.net is a great place to start. We just saw around there the GTEs in a competition of who can get out of the way of the LMP ones the most there, as they both ran very, very wide
Yes.
around the corner.
Well, but it's this way. I mean, you are in your GTE car, you are surviving the race, and then you see this
Yeah.
thing growing bigger by the millisecond in your rear view mirror, and you're like, "Whoa! I should get out of the way."
Most certainly. And the onus is actually on the passing car in the World Endurance Championship and as well in ACF. The onus is on the passing car to find a space. But, if you're a GTE car and you like living,
And ending the race and not DNFing.
precisely, then you might want to get out of the way.
Talking about DNF, Hoff is still DNF, so I think that there was no driver
Oh.
swap there, and the race is finished there. What a pity.
Indeed.
Oh, that's
So,
too bad.
yep, it looks like for Hoff, which let me give you their proper name, Valkyrie E Racing, and driven by Moritz Hofer. Looks like their race is done for the day, as well as Naz STV, which is Dmitry Nazarov and Alexei Solnitsev in the funny Formula Wombats. I believe that's the Dallara car. Not many Dallaras in this race. We got a couple. The Dallara P217. Actually, no, there's a few. One, two, three.
Okay,
Four. Yeah, there's four.
getting the information on the... Whoa, there's a spin there. Getting the information on the Twitch chat, Hofa retired after having damage at the start. So that spin that we saw on the... Not even the first lap.
Was it the spin? Because
yeah,
there was
it
a car
seems.
that slammed into your safety car as well.
Into mine?
may have
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bother. I'm sorry about that, mate. I was so sure that the system would work because it's worked all the time until now. It's worked in every race. Every race that we've done with Assetto Corsa. But of course, today it didn't.
Mhm.
That Audi is getting ever closer to the Porsche. It looks like he's going to try to make a move here on the outside. In the same place that they've been making moves.
Yeah, but no.
Porsche goes all the way to the outside to defend and seems to make it stick. So the Audi has to live to fight another day.
Mhm.
But of course, the Porsche now has to overtake an LMP2. So that is an opportunity for the Audi.
Now that the Porsche seems to be getting around it, the Audi also has to overtake. It looks like he's going to do that. Yep. The LMP2 knows to stay well clear out of the way, not be caught in the crossfire. And he's right back to chasing the tail of the Porsche 919 hybrid.
And because we were talking about top speed a little while back, the top speed that the server has recorded until now with these cars is 339 kilometers per hour. So something like 200 miles per hour?
Something like that. Let's see. Alright, in freedom units, that is 210 miles an hour. So they're going pretty quick.
Pretty good, yeah.
And the Audi is still chasing,
Mm-hmm.
trying to find a hole.
trying to get around. They now have, but it's gotten them a little bit closer together yet again. Trying to get around that Porsche GT team 32 car of Mark Keller and Jonas Malman. We're also seeing a bit of a battle in the... Actually, no, it's not a battle. It's actually... yeah, okay, it's the LMP2 car of, let's see, this is the 05 car of Deke Motorsport and the Dallara P217. They had some very unfortunate luck where they had to go back to the pits for a little bit, and they're working their way back up through the GTE cars. So I registered that as a battle when it was actually just a bit of a, hey, let me buy Mr. GTE car, and the GTE car goes, oh, yes, I will let you buy now. Our LMP1 cars go roaring down the front stretch, 339 kilometers an hour, 210 miles an hour, as we've figured out now. And around they go. This corner here that they're coming up on and going down, that's a tricky one, because you're coming in, you're bleeding off so much of that speed. You've bled off some of it going into that first corner, but you're bleeding off so much speed while you're still turning into that corner. And then you have to also set yourself up for the next one, because it does a little S-bend into the next corner. That's a very tough one. Player number 32, Malkar, disconnected from the server. I think that's our driver change.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a driver change.
Door and Frey, let's see, let me get you those actual numbers. Let's see, Malkar, Malkar. Oh goodness, what class are they in? I'm looking at my spotter's guide. Here we are. Okay, that's the Porsche GT team. Mal KLR, Mark Keller, and Jonas Malman. And so that's that. And then who else was it? Dor and Frey. Let's see. That's the Corvette racing team. So your two leaders for GTE have both come into pits for their driver changes. Before, the Porsche was ahead and the Corvette was chasing, and we're going to see if that has changed any, as we're seeing quite a few driver changes now in the GTE class. When one comes in, they all come in.
And at the moment on the broadcast, you're seeing the fight between the Porsche and the Audi, because it's so hot. They are so near to each other that I don't want to touch anything there. I don't want to miss any possible situation that they are. Oh, and Rudd has gone off.
Yes, he has gone off and popped back into the pits and has now disconnected from the server. So it looks like that was a bit of a hard hit. I don't think that was a driver change, because they went off and then like exited to the pits.
Yeah, and it looks as if that car is a car driven by a single driver.
So it looks like there's more bad luck for Alexander Rudakov, who at this point in the championship has unfortunately he's racked up more than 0 points, but he's not doing so hot where he's in 4th in the standings. And looks like this race will be no better to him.
What is interesting in the fight between the Porsche and the Audi is watching and there we go. The Audi? No.
Audi is still behind the Porsche.
Yeah, but it's interesting that it's what do you call it? Rubber bands. Like at some point the Audi is like 0.8 seconds away. At some point it's 0.2 seconds away. So it's very interesting.
Speaking of battles, we have a battle in GTE for, it looks like, 3rd position between the Porsche of Overdrive Sim Racing and Corvette Racing car. And they make the overtake. The Corvette Racing team was just behind the leader in class, the Porsche GT team number 32 car. Uh-oh.
Sorry. I'm watching 1 and 2 right now, and there was a little
Yes,
mishap
yes.
with.
Let's go back to number 1. Very, very close
sorry.
battle between the two. No worries.
Uh,
Wow, yeah, absolutely. Right alongside each other, going down the front stretch. Bit of a touch there, even before we
yeah.
switched to it.
Oh, little bumper. Okay.
Yeah, but it looks like the Porsche is going to defend. That was some risky defending, but it looks like they will retain that position. But as I was saying, the unfortunate luck of Corvette Racing, they both the leader of the Porsche GT team and Corvette Racing came in for a driver change at the same time, and it just took the Corvette just a little bit longer, and they came out not only behind the Porsche but also behind the now second place BMW, driven by Marion Metsch, the number 54 car, our lone BMW in the race. And so that is an interesting shake-up there. Corvette now having dropped back from second to third and now fourth in just a few short laps.
It's always the good and the bad of the pit stops.
Absolutely. They do become so important in a race that is decided as closely as these often are. They may be a 4-hour-long endurance race, but as we can see, certainly with the LMP1 cars, that doesn't mean that they're going to stratify and just be so far apart from each other. There's a bit of a GTE battle in between a battle for not last at this point, between the Aston Martin of Gavin Rinsport and the Overdrive Sim Racing number 4 Porsche 911 RSR. The Porsche 911 takes over the position of not last of the cars currently on track, and yeah, that was a hairy situation there for just a second. But back to our LMP1 team. Oh wait, hang on. Now the number, let's see, the MET car, that is, oh goodness,
It's
that's our
going into
BMW.
pits.
BMW has come into the pits now.
Yes.
So it looks like, yes, they have now come into the pits. The Corvette takes that position back. So the Corvette is back into third place. It is Porsche 1-2. But yeah, so they'll be making their pit stop. I don't think they'll be making a driver change. I don't think that they will be, because I don't think they have a second driver listed. But they are going to be coming into pit. And they have now been passed by the Aston Martin. So it's a pretty close battle. They're all within a pit stop of each other in GTE. I don't think the same can be said quite for the LMP2s. They've stratified, I think, the most out of all the classes this time around. But we're still seeing a pretty decent battle in GTE and in LMP1.
And in
Can I
LMP1,
ask you
overtaking
guys-
the traffic, give me a sec, overtaking the traffic meant that the Audi lost a couple of seconds. Yeah, Jenny, you had a question.
I had a legit racing question. So I'm watching the Corvette. Let me see what here. I don't know what number.
Frey.
20?
Yeah. Every
The
time
number
they
25.
brake, it's I see literally like fire coming from the back of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
normal.
yes. It's because
For that
they downshift, and in
Uh-huh.
real life cars, in such situations when you downshift, there is some gasoline that is not burned in the motor, and it burns then because of the heat of the exhaust. It burns then in the exhaust. So that is that is. It should not be, but when you downshift, sometimes you expel gasoline that is not burnt, and therefore that is what.
Okay. Just caught my eye a little bit, and I've seen these cars in real life, and I don't ever recall that. So, what is going on?
You may not have seen it, but it's normal up to a point. Also in real life cars. Remember that these cars simulate most of the physics, and therefore they also simulate
Right.
that.
Yep. Okay, thank you for my. I just needed that clarification.
Sure, anytime. And the battle at the top is still hot as ever. Like the 2 seconds that the
Yes.
Audi was gone away, it just ate them up.
Absolutely. That Audi matchup, they've certainly demonstrated that they have the pace to catch and overtake that Porsche. They've been hanging back a little bit. They're very content to chase, which is a good position to be in over a long period of time. It's better to chase than to be chased. And so I think Europrotein has a pretty good strategy in doing that, as they going into the long right-hander onto the straight. They get around that GTE car safely, but certainly tricky situation to be in. But now they have an LMP2 car in between them, so that's bound to stretch them out a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be a pretty safe bet to say that once they get through, that Audi is going to be right back on the tail of the Porsche LMP1.
I love seeing the Porsche. I think it's so fun how strategic they are when they're passing cars and almost trying to make that car get in the way of the Audi. It's really fun watching them try to pull that off.
And it's difficult because of course you want to be as fast as you can away from that traffic, but on the other hand you don't want to be too fast because maybe the next stretch of the track is the worst one to overtake, and therefore you are waiting just before that so that the one that is behind you has a more difficult time. But it's very difficult. I mean, you see sometimes in WEC, you see that happening, but it's very difficult to pull off.
See, Kel Nag disconnected from the server. Kel Nag is Daniel Kellman and Marcel Nagy for Deke Motorsport in the number 5 Delara P271.
Yeah, but that's a driver swap.
17, sorry. Yeah, and so they're doing their driver swap now. I'm seeing a number of LMP2 driver swaps. Calnag, TCH Hum, let's see, that is Morgan Humeau and James, I'm going to screw up this name, I apologize in advance, Chuintu, in the Aspire Racing Team Orica 07. They are in the pits making their driver swap.
Oh, look at this one, that one.
Oh, nice!
Oh,
Oh!
no.
And the
Oh
Audi
my goodness.
hit the Porsche hard.
Bit of a tap, but they both live to
Yeah.
they both live to tell about it, certainly. And my goodness, that was a very, very hairy situation.
I was gonna comment that was like, what was it, Schumacher and Häkkinen, but it wasn't, because those guys did a clean overtake.
James says, James, the driver of the LMP2 Aspire Racing Team car, along with Morgan Humeau, he says that in the Discord there was a bit of a crash for their LMP2 car. So that might not be a driver change. That may, well, actually, I think there may have been a driver change, but they're in the pits, and they'll be in the pits for a little bit.
Oh, bother.
Yep. But, wow.
Hey, they have technical difficulties in real life. Why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they not in sim racing?
Yeah. Touche.
These guys, the Audi and the Porsche, are driving as if it was the last 2 laps of the race
Yeah.
all the time. That must be like, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to concentrate that long. I mean, they've been almost since the beginning. It's more than 1 hour that they
Mhm.
are racing that close to each other. And you have to remember, if you are the second one, one of them is going
It's
into pits, or yes,
yep.
Hmm.
you have to
That's the
remember,
Porsche.
if you're driving that near behind somebody, you don't see the track as well as the one in front of you does. So you sometimes just have to smell the corners.
Ah, yes, some smelly corners. All right, looks like we're seeing a driver change from the Porsche, your previous leader of the race. We're also seeing in the pits, looks like the ZHE Lum, d- d-
LMP2.
ZHE, yeah, it's an LMP2 car of some stripe. I see a 34 on the side, but I'm not seeing that on my spotter's guide. I can't quite tell you who that is, but we have one of the um, one of your top 3 LMP2 cars in the pits. Yep. So the 11 car, the Porsche has made their driver swap now, and the Audi is has now at this point put an entire lap on them. That Audi, remember, has made their driver change already for this race.
Well, wait, but I think the Porsche already did driver change, so this is the
Oh,
second driver
was that the
change, isn't
Porsche?
it?
That was the Porsche. Yeah, that is a
Yes.
second driver change.
Exactly.
My
So
apologies. I was under the false remembering that the false assumption remembering that the Audi was the one that had made the driver change originally, when in fact it was the Porsche.
I
So this
mean,
is the
they
Porsche making another driver change.
exactly. The Porsche, I think, has 2 driver changes already, and the Audi has 1 driver change. Remember correct.
That sounds right. Okay. So in order for that to even out, the Audi would have to make yet another driver change. But at this point, they have over a lap lead, over a lap and a half ahead of the Porsche, who is only just now leaving the pit lane. In LMP2, your leader is looks like Underdog Racing. Fittingly for the name, we haven't really talked
Mhm.
about them too much, but they have slowly but surely worked their way up to number 1 in the LMP2 category in that number 66 Dallara P217. I'm going to keep making that mistake, but I'm going to try not to. That's a German crew, Marius Thonissen and Niklas Zahn, I think. And so they have made their way up in second place in LMP2. It's the Alpine boys, the Frenchmen, Aimane Cabrol and Nathan Thibodeau, in that 53 Orca 07. Let's see, and then in third, rounding out your podium currently for LMP2, we have the number 34 car that is not on my they're not on my spotter guide, so I'm not quite sure who is behind the wheel of that, but I can tell you they're the number 34 car. They are in a Dallara, I think. Yeah, they're in a Dallara, and they're in third. So there you go. That's the information I have on that. And then in GTE, hasn't been too much shake-up. but we have the Porsche GT team in first. We have Overdrive Sim Racing in second, still Porsche 1-2. And we have Corvette Racing in third. And since there's 2 Overdrive Racing cars, I will go on ahead and specify that that is the number 44 car in second, driven by Tommy Aslin and Peter Treusler. Our P2 car, well, it's not a P2 car, but it is in second place overall for the race. The Rebellion of Sausage Gerards and Michael Kraus for Phoenix E-Racing. They have come in to pit, and so now the Audi of Cedric Benz and Daniel Soul, they have now a almost 2-lap lead on top of second place. The Porsche is now a little bit under 2 laps behind, and they have some catching up to do, certainly. That Rebellion is, it doesn't seem as though they're doing a driver change, but they've only just now left the pits, so I have to wonder if there was a little bit of damage to be repaired there, or if they were just going for full tires and full gas and it was taking a while.
Yeah, unluckily that's not an information that the system gives us if they repair. But all the time remember that the minimum pit time is 2 minutes 30.
Yes.
From the start, from entry to pit, from the pit start line to the pit end line. 2 minutes 30. So it's not 2 minutes 30 that they have to stand still on their position. It's 2 minutes 30 between entering and exiting the pit.
I think there's a little battle here in LMP2 with the 42. It's been kind of fun watching.
Yes, the Orca 07 Dragon Speed car is chasing right behind that number 34 the unknown car to me, the mystery car, Racer X as we'll call him. I don't have that information, I'm sorry. If somebody in the chat could tell me who is behind the wheel of that, I'd be very appreciative. But there is absolutely quite a battle shaping up as the Dragon Speed car, driven by Luca Gaedke, chases right on behind. Your leader has, let's see, Saul Ben. That is the Audi. The Audi is making their second driver change of the day. So your leader has pitted in and they're making their driver change.
Let's see what that means for the Porsche Audi fight.
A bit of a hit on the Rebellion. Oh man, the Rebellion, currently third in LMP1, just gets caught up in that little battle that the LMP2 cars were having. And just a little bit of a spin there. Goodness.
That should not be happening.
Nope. We've got an LMP2 driver change. Let's see, Tozan, that is, let's see, the number 66 car for Underdog Racing. Marius Thonason and Nicholas Zahn, they are making their driver change. Sol Ben as well, that matchup. Daniel Sol and Cedric Benz for the Audi, they have completed their driver change. They are now in the pits, probably changing out tires and fuel and freshening up. It looks like Luca Gaedke is still chasing our unknown car, our unknown LMP2, but there's a little bit more distance between them now. He's definitely working towards shrinking that.
Oh, and he goes for a spin. No.
That's a tricky corner, and it takes a victim. Number 42 car just finding all of the grip and going past that. Bit of a slide there. Unfortunately, that's going to kill that battle. And that is the end of the fight for the podium in LMP2. Actually, not the fight for the podium, but the fight for second place. They're on the podium. Now the Rebellion is getting around the mysterious car that they were fighting with before. Or that the, pardon me, the Dragon Speed car was fighting with before. And so Rebellion now going, whew, alright, that's done. Oh, goodness.
So now we have the Audi, the LMP1 Audi, 18 seconds away from the Porsche. That is more than on the last pit stop, where it was the Audi being 6 seconds away from the Porsche.
Right.
Or no, the Porsche being 6 seconds away from the Audi. So let's see if the Porsche is going to be able to eat up that time, and we'll have our LMP fight all over again.
Yeah. I'm keeping an eye in the GT. There's the, I think it's the number 4 Porsche and the 15 Aston Martin. They're only a couple seconds ahead, but it's not close enough yet to get too exciting, but that could be a possibility.
That battle for not last has unfortunately been claimed by the BMW, that wonderful mosaic
Yes.
liveried BMW.
Yeah, on the
the
other
pretty
hand,
one.
remember that they lapped not so long ago. So when the others they pitted not so long ago. So when the others go into pits, remember they're gonna lose 2.5
okay.
minutes.
Most certainly.
Whee! The Porsche having a moment there with the what was it? The Corvette, I think. So Jenny was saying before that this thing with the pits makes things interesting. Yeah, but it also, as a commentator, you're always not sure. Are they now in a good position or not?
Right.
We don't have all these calculations that they have in professional television, and of course in professional racing. There was an article in a German magazine a while ago that discussed all the IT that McLaren has behind them. They sent all the telemetry live to their center, where the supercomputers crunch all the numbers. The data analysts take a look at what the supercomputers give out, and then give recommendations to pits. So it's incredible. The technology that is there, it's not only inside of the cars, but also for all the strategies. So when you hear on TV that they're saying something about the strategy and analyzing the strategy, yeah, they have like 20 to 30 people number crunching, or taking a look at the results of the number crunching, and giving recommendations.
So where's our supercomputer, Soda?
uh, would you be willing to learn Python? Because I've been learning a lot about machine learning. I can send you a couple of books about that. And if you're thinking, why don't you code it yourself? You don't want to see my code. I'm a horrible programmer. I can ask one of my cats. As long as it's sunny, I think the cat is gonna say meow and lie under the
The life. Whew.
which is a good life strategy, truth to be told.
Yeah. We now, at this point, have no more LMP2 cars mixed in with the GTEs as the number 05 car of Deke Motorsport gets past the Porsche GT team number 32 car in the lead of the GTE category. So we are now properly stratified by class yet again.
For now.
For the moment.
About the pit stops, one thing that you have to remember is the LMP1s make the full lap in under 1.5 minutes, and the pit stop takes 2 minutes and a half. That's the minimum. So anybody pitting is gonna lose about a lap and change towards the others, which mixes up everything and makes it then difficult to know, is this car really in front of them or not, or what? I mean, going back to the BMW that you were saying, they are 3 laps away from the other GTEs, so I suppose when the others pit, they won't be taking the first position in GTE anyway. But just as a reminder of how to think within these kind of race.
It's very fortunate, and of course in sim racing we take it for granted. But it used to be the case in real life racing without computers, before computers, that they would have to count the laps by hand. They would have, folks up in the crow's nest just putting a tally mark whenever the car went around a lap. And they would have to do that across, a 12-hour race, across a 24-hour race for all of the cars. And they would have other, they would have like neutral parties and other teams like keep the tabs for all of the cars on track. And sometimes, especially whenever visibility was low, or there had been a lot of pitting in and things shifting around on track, sometimes there would be disputes, like, well, you did 150 laps. No, I did 151 laps. I'm in front of that guy. And so we take it for granted these days of the computer telemetry letting us keep track of all of the cars as they go around, just with the GPS and timing lines. But it did not always used to be that way, and certainly it's come a long way since then.
Whoops. I'm not sure what is happening there. No, okay. There was one car that was flying around, and then we saw nothing, and I thought we had lost connection, or at least I had lost connection, kind of way. But no, it seems that the connection is there, at least for me. But it may be that the number 42 lost connection.
Quite possibly. That's Luca Gaedke in the Dragon Speed racing car, that white car with the star-spangled blue stripes on it. That we saw earlier in the battle with the Racer X car, as I'm calling it, because I don't know the name. But it looks like, on the surface of it, that they're making a change, but they do not have another driver on the roster for today.
Right.
So that looks like it might have been a server crash for them.
Yeah,
like
he
a
just
client
got
crash or
reconnected.
something. Oh, he just got reconnected? He's back in now?
So.
Okay, I see it there. But yeah, they're going to... they're certainly going to lose a lot of time. They've already lost some positions from that.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry.
And they're off again, but they did lose one more position with the number 30 car, Morgan Humode and James Trento zipping around the home stretch there. But the Dragon Speed car is back on track, and they're getting going again. So thankfully that was not a race ender, as it was for some other retirements that we saw earlier, but certainly they've got some catching up to do now. In the GTE battle for, I believe it's 5th. We've had some retirements, but 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, it's the battle for 4th. And the battle for 4th, the Aston Martin, that TF Sport liveried Aston Martin, Gabman Rensport is the team running that car. They have been consistently chasing down the number the number 04 Overdrive Sim Racing Porsche 911 RSR for 4th position, and they've been just kind of hanging back, waiting to make a move. They're not like they're 3 seconds back right now, and they've been fluctuating in between about 2.5 seconds and about 3.2 seconds back. And I have to wonder if they are absolutely pushing it and that's just all that they can do, or if they're kind of being strategic right now. We're coming up on the halfway point of the race, but we're not quite there yet. There's still a lot of race to run, and I have to wonder if they're running in conservation mode right now, and then in the second half or the 4th quarter, we'll start to see them kick it up into gear and really push. Because they're hanging on. They're hanging on just behind that Porsche 911 RSR with just enough distance to not put pressure on them, as if they were like, you know, hey, I'm going to pass you. But they're just kind of hanging back, being consistent, getting their entrances and exits. Anybody who's watched our streams before knows that I love saying entrances and exits. And they're just waiting for a moment to strike, and so I have to wonder. I think that they will be a car to watch as we go on. As you know, from what we've seen now, a little bit of an underdog situation.
Yeah, I've been honestly watching them probably like the last 10 minutes. It's been really fun. I agree that I feel that there is a strategy here because they have been within that window for so long that I wonder the same thing, Cody, that they just have their own strategy going on. And they're so smooth.
Oh, go ahead.
And
Yeah,
they're
very
driving
smooth.
really smooth.
Yeah, it's smooth, it's consistent. You know, it's not quite on the pace of the top drivers, but they're very much in the championship. They're last in points, unfortunately. But I have to wonder if perhaps this is a bit of a strategy change, if they do have something up their sleeve, or if they're just, you know what, we're in it for the fun, we're consistent, and let's just see where we land. Either way, I think that's going to be a pretty decent strategy, but they've been getting closer and closer, just being consistent, getting closer and closer to the Overdrive Sim Racing number 44 Porsche. I'm sorry, number 04 Porsche. The number 44 Porsche is in 2nd position still. Oh, we have a spin from the BMW in last, and the Dragon Speed car almost goes right into the back of that BMW.
And again,
BMW sliding again. Yes, if we can see that BMW, yeah.
Maybe from the first spin, the tires were too hot, and if you don't take care of that, you spin once again because the tires are too hot and the grip is not there.
Quite possibly. This is certainly a circuit that is hard on tires because you have all of these fast corners that rely on mechanical grip and downforce to keep you planted as you're going around and exercising all of these massive G-forces. Yep, there's another slide there. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a tire temperature issue, and they're into the wall even a little bit there. That's going to be very unfortunate. And they're backwards on the circuit in a very, very tricky spot. We're going to hope to see if they get good. Yep, there we go. Good deal. Good deal, sorry. But yeah, they get back at it. But yeah, back onto the Aston Martin and this Porsche battle here, the unfortunate thing for this BMW is that they're now 3 laps down from the next fastest car, which happens to be this Aston Martin, right behind him, about to lap him again. But they're both trying to make their way around. Aston Martin going very, very wide to try to get around him. Oh, with the LMP1 swinging by, you just absolutely see the performance the performance difference along the straights. So fast I can't talk. Goodness.
By the
But
way,
yeah,
talking
hanging
about
around.
LMPs, I was saying after the last pit stop that the Porsche that we would have to see if the Porsche would be able to close that gap. No, it isn't. The Porsche
Right.
is now 42 seconds away from the
Yes.
Audi.
And the Rebellion is it's under 10 seconds behind that Porsche.
Yeah, so now that the
And
Porsche
so
has
that
made
might
their
be
driver
interesting.
change. Yeah, the Porsche has made their driver change, and I believe the Rebellion just has the one driver. So
Yep.
that one driver is
Yes.
now, we discussed earlier, there's pros and cons of having driver changes versus not having driver changes when you have the option. I think we might be seeing a little bit of the familiarity of the Germans in the Rebellion, which is a little bit of an interesting thing to say as a follower of the actual Rebellion LMP team. The Germans in the Rebellion, for Phoenix E-Racing, catching up, absolutely. At this point, 5 seconds behind. They've shaved off
Wow,
that
yeah.
difference.
Woo.
Rebellion
So
is a Swiss racing team, right?
Yes, they are Swiss. And I actually got to meet them. Norman Nato signed my
Cool.
hat. And then they won. That was at the Circuit of the America 2020 round of the World Endurance
So
Championship.
you're their good luck charm.
I'd like to think so. I want them to send me one of their Rebellion hats. I wanted to get one, but they didn't have them for sale there, which understandable. But they only sell them domestically in Europe. You can have them shipped, but it's like $50 to ship a hat. So,
Yikes.
yeah, so I did not get a hat. But hey, Rebellion, if you're just by any means just bored on a Saturday and you're watching this because you have nothing better to do because you stopped your LMP1 program, send me
What
a
do you mean
hat.
you
I'd
have
love
nothing
a
better
hat.
to do? There's nothing better in this world than watching these races.
Precisely. So, Rebellion, love you. Send me a hat, please. But yeah, they're the German Phoenix E-Racing stand-ins for Rebellion in this race are at this point dipping down to 4 seconds behind. Ooh, bit of a
Oh,
tap
yeah.
there. Oh, big hit actually. Yep, spins out the. Oh goodness, who was that? That was T-Shaped Hum. That's the number 30 car of Aspire Racing Team. Absolutely got the short end of the stick, slammed into by that Phoenix E-Racing Rebellion. Oh, that was unfortunate. So they're now going to be dealing with damage in the back end. The Rebellion is going to be damaging. Well, yes, they were, but they're going to be dealing with damage in the front end, and now their delta is dropping back when previously they were catching up to the Porsche LMP1. Let's see, again, that is one of the
Number 15, Aston Martin.
yes, the number 15 Aston Martin. Looks like they've come in for their driver change.
Yeah, it's a driver change.
Yep. Well, it looks like the Rebellion hasn't lost too much pace from their injury. I saw in a braking zone, they dipped down to about 4 seconds off the pace, or not off the pace, but delta from the Porsche LMP1, who is now sliding around a corner. It looks like their tire temperatures might be getting a little hot. That's one of the tricky things. I think a lot of these drivers may be running soft tires. Soft tires heat up a lot quicker than
If you
Especially, I
look,
think that
if you look at the tower, these M and so
oh, you have
on
that data. Nice.
are the tires that they're driving. So at the moment
Oh,
they're all
whoa,
on
whoa,
middle.
big spin, or big slide for the Porsche. Not having a good time there for that Porsche.
The
Man,
LMP1
that was a
Porsche,
hairy moment.
which now got the LMP1 Porsche
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
got
the LMP1 Porsche.
overtaken by Sacha Gerard.
Wow, that was a man. That was a drift. That was a absolute drift. Kudos on them for saving the car, because goodness, that could have been a lot worse than it was. But now I think we're going to see a competition between the Rebellion and the Porsche. As the
With the
LMP1.
other Porsche trying to be as small as possible.
Yep. Those GT those GTE Porsches are very wide, and they make themselves very wide. But man, we are now almost to the point of the halfway mark. We're about halfway along our 4 hours. I see a car that had spun a moment ago. I think that was the, let's see, TCH Hume matchup, the number 30 car, I believe that was, Morgan Humo and James Tuncho, Aspire Racing Team, that had a little bit of a spin there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the number 14 has now done a driver.
Number 14? Okay, excellent. And they've completed that?
Number 15, sorry.
Oh, number 15, I see.
Yeah, at least according to the server, they have now completed that and will be finishing their pit stop soon, any moment now.
There you see. Ooh, bit of a tap. The Corvette
Oh,
bumped into the number 34 car pretty heavily. I think, yeah, we saw it on the stream there just a moment ago. Just getting a little bit too close there. I don't think it was intentional, certainly, but definitely a oh man kind of moment if you're one of the drivers of either of those cars, to be honest with you. The Porsche now in the chasing position, trying to catch up to the Rebellion. 5 seconds behind at this point, 6 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a slide there. I have to wonder if that messed up the tire temperatures, or the tire temperatures were already messed up, and that's what resulted in the slide. That can be a tricky situation, because the way to cool down the tire temps is to not drive the car so hard, and when you're not driving the car so hard, you're not going as fast.
on the
But
other
at the same-
hand, if you don't take care of lowering your tire temperatures, you're not gonna go fast anyway. So
Right.
it's not really a question when you're driving, but that's something that you have to learn with time.
It's number 2, or it's not 2, right? It's number 23. This sure is an interesting paint scheme. It's fun, but different.
Yes, I believe Rebellion ran this paint scheme at Le Mans 2018 or 2019. It was one of those 2 years. But they, if I remember correctly, they only ran it for for Le Mans. It's sort of an art car sort of deal.
Yeah.
I absolutely, as a graphic designer by trade, I just love Rebellion Racing's art style. I love their branding. It's so it's so tight. It's so clean, and it really, really does convey just like we are an elite level racing team that just we have fun with it, as you can see with the livery. But we also know how to kick butt when it's time to kick butt. It's
Right.
awesome.
Yeah.
And right now I know that they're competing in Dakar. Not like right now, but I know since they've pulled out of the World Endurance Championship, I think they're focusing their efforts on off-road racing. But I wish them luck in that. But I do wish they would come back to the World Endurance Championship because I miss them already, and I would love to see them make a hypercar. That would just be so cool.
Yeah, but I think they will have they will be running into problems because the LMH or even the LMHP, you have to have produced something like 20 cars that you then sell to the public, or at least offer to the public for selling, and maybe that's what Rebellion is not able to do. I would have to look it up. I don't remember now off the top of my head, but I think one of the rules within the LMH rules is that a certain number, I think it's 20, maybe 30, have to be produced for general consumption. Because they want to go away from these LMPs that are only produced for racing, which I understand why they are doing it, because there were less and less companies racing. But it's sad for me, who is a big fan of the LMPs. It's sad to see.
It looks like we're starting to see a bit of a battle for, I think, fourth shape up between
42 and 30.
Yes, the 42 and
Yes.
the 30 car of Luca Gadke, Dragon Speed, defending against the 30 car of Aspire Racing Team, Morgan Himo and James Trento. But yeah, as we go past the 2-hour mark, some of the drivers who elected to drive by themselves may be experiencing a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of tiredness as we go on, and the drivers who have made driver changes, though it takes more time, they're a bit fresher, they're a bit more on par, make fewer mistakes. We just saw one little mistake from the Dragon Speed liveried car from Luca, and yeah. the fresher, more refreshed driver versus the driver with a bit more experience in the car. And we're seeing that now between the battle of 42 and 30 getting closer and closer as we've gone a lap through now, less than half a second behind, and inching ever closer for position. Thus far in the championship, Luca Gadke has not scored any points. Oh, we had a driver get kicked.
Yeah, that's the number 15. They're having problems all the time since they went into pits to do the driver swap. They're having problems. They sound quite similar to the problems we three had when trying to get into the server. So if you're listening to anybody who has to do with the 15 car, maybe you should check your skins, because that was the trick that helped Cody, or CSP, that was the trick that helped me, or Soul, that was the trick that helped Jenny.
Yep, check some errors. They're fun. Yay.
Yeah. Also because you
Speak
get
for
so much.
yourself.
That's you get so much information from the system saying, okay, what is doing the checksum errors, and the system is like, I don't know.
Oh, running
pretty
very,
wide.
very wide.
Yeah.
And then the dragon speed car having a spin.
Oh,
Spin
and a
and
little bit of a
contact
touch.
there.
Well, hopefully they could keep going. Yeah, it kept going.
Wow. An unfortunate end to that battle for Luka Gadke.
We'll see. We'll see. Right there again. Mm.
Your leader in LMP2, the Signatech Alpine number 53 car, has just pitted in, and they are doing their driver change now. Our mysterious car, the number 34, I'm sorry, 31?
That's 34.
That is 34, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, their car is now overtaking them, so they will be, at least temporarily, your new leader in LMP2. Yeah, Brogab also kicked yet again. I see their car in the pits though, so that is an improvement on what they had before. But away they go again as soon as I say something. The
You jinxed it.
TCH match up. The number 30 car, the Aspire Racing team, they have opted to come into the pits at this point. And they are backing into their pit spot. They went in just a little too far.
That's tricky.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, on Assetto Corsa you have this 3D box that you have to plant your car in, and you would think, and I suppose that's what they thought when they designed it. You would think is easy to put your car in there. It's not.
It's like being a real race car driver, sorta.
Now you know why I'm commentating these races and not being a real race car driver. Never made it past karting, so.
I just looked up in the corner, and here in America, I am getting 214 milliseconds of ping.
Yikes. So the Porsche has been making some strides, and they are only 10 seconds away from the second LMP. So let's see, maybe they're gonna be able to come near in a couple of laps, but let's see how that goes.
Yeah, currently they're about 13 seconds behind. From what I've seen,
Oh, good. They got it reconnected. The 15.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how long that lasts.
Okay.
We'll hope. I'm optimistic. But it looks like... Now here's something interesting. This is a little bit of an Easter egg as we're looking at the Porsche, but I took a little break to check in on our Audi that we had been looking at before. And I hadn't noticed this prior, but on their livery, on the rear three-quarter panel, they have Algarve, the circuit that we're at.
Yeah, they have.
Portimao. They have that listed on, or they have an illustration of that on the side, which I think is kind of fun.
That is fun, yeah, I agree.
See, Pro Gap disconnected from the.
Oh, bummer.
There's having real technical difficulties. That's a pity. I mean, we have to keep in mind that this system for driver swaps and so on, it's a hack. It's a workaround around a sim that normally doesn't allow that. So
Okay.
they're prone to be issues. Oh, the
We've got a BMW
BMW.
spun and stopped on track. He's
It's
gotten
because
out of the way
Serta said he
safely.
liked that car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my fault.
Commentator's curse, as they say.
Sorry, you got cursed.
Blame it
But
on
you
me.
look good.
But they're back safely now on track, facing the correct direction, which we do like to see.
So we're seeing some pit stops now in the LMP2 category, and some driver swaps. So
So I'm in my like F5 free camera, and I'm moving around this mysterious number 34 car.
Yes.
That is not on our thing, and it says on the side in multiple spots, Co Racing. So we'll
Yeah.
call them that. I don't see drivers listed on the top of the car, so I don't have driver names for you. But Co Racing is the team name.
ooh, the spot where many love the.
You bet they do. Dang. Yeah, we've seen some interesting spots. It's on this circuit, I was predicting a few more incidents than we've seen. I've been pleasantly surprised by the skill of our drivers. Of course, I'm confident in them, but I also know how tricky this circuit can be. But I suppose it is quite wide. It does have that advantage, and so it can be very forgiving at times. Whereas, Monaco, is Monaco. But this circuit is much wider, much freer, and you've got a lot of runoff as well that keeps things safe. So thankfully, we haven't seen too many DNFs due to crashes that are track related. No major crashes into barriers, etc. Just safety cars.
and the Porsche getting into pits.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose they're gonna do a driver swap. It may be that now in the last hour and change, we're gonna be seeing more errors, more issues, because of course the drivers are all more exhausted. Most of them have driven at least an hour already, or even 2 of the hours of the 4 hours of this race. And this track is one where you have to be concentrated like almost 100% of the time on the track, and that is work. On the other hand, now that I said it, they're not gonna do even one error anymore in the 1 hour and 45 minutes that, which is okay for me.
Not really too many close battles right now, it looks like. Everybody's spaced out quite a bit.
Yeah, we are now 90 laps into this race, and still, only for a lot of these classes, still only a pit stop apart, especially with the minimum wait time there of 2 minutes 30 seconds.
One thing that I can tell you that the Assetto Corsa Friends are gonna be doing soon enough. It's a very interesting thing. They're gonna do a classic Le Mans race. They're gonna be let me check. I'm trying to find out. They're gonna be using classic cars, not these modern cars, and they're gonna be doing 2 hours in Le Mans.
Oh, how I would love to drive in that. I am not currently an ACF registered driver, but man, that
I
would be
thought I thought you were, but you're still on training. No.
I actually haven't even started the training because I've been
Oh.
working on my house.
Yeah.
Priorities, I guess.
Indeed, but now that I'm done with that, I'm looking to get signed up, but I haven't done that quite yet.
So the classic Le Mans race is gonna be at the end of September.
We have our leader in for the pits right now.
Yes, we have both actually right
Oh,
in front
yeah.
of each other.
Oh, that would be fun.
A lap down, the Rebellion is. But this might be an opportunity to get back on the lead lap. But we shall see. Definitely a battle of the virtual pit crews. That Rebellion we did see ran into the back of the Alpine, I believe it was, a few laps ago. And so they may have some front end damage that's needing to be repaired that the Audi does not. So my guess is that the Audi's probably going to leave a few seconds before the Rebellion will, and they'll maintain their lap advantage.
Meanwhile, the Porsche is very happy and trying to make some time up.
Definitely. Waiting game. Waiting. How's it gonna transpire?
That minimum wait time of 2 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, the Rebellion is off first.
Nice. Wow.
So the Rebellion will have the opportunity to get their lap back. And it looks like the R18 is off of the jacks now. See a little bit of wobbling on the camera because I'm focused on that. Let's see. ArmSig disconnects from the server. That is one of our GTE cars. The Porsche, the second place typically, Porsche of Overdrive Sim Racing. They've gone in.
The Audi just left pits.
Yes, indeed. They are back out on track. The Rebellion got 0.3 of a lap advantage over where they were before. But they still have almost a minute to make up on top of the on top of the Audi in order to catch up. Your fourth place goes in, let's see, that looks like the number 66 Underdog Racing car. They have now come into the pits. They were your previous LMP2 leader, I believe. Yes, your previous LMP2 leader, they have now pitted in. And then in GTE, your leader has pit in as well. There. The Porsche GT team, number 32 car of Mark Keller and Jonas Malman. That is in the pits. The number 2... okay, the 44 car of Overdrive Sim Racing is still out on track. They are in second place. It was the 04 Overdrive Sim Racing car that had come into the pits. And then Corvette Racing, still in third, out on track, yet still. Though it looks like they have passed the GT team Porsche in the pits for second place. So there you go. And it looks like the 04 Overdrive Sim Racing Porsche gets out of the pit lane just before the number 32 GT team Porsche. So that was a very, very unfortunate pit stop for them, dropping back all the way to 4th place in class. GT team there.
Are you sure about the 4th place? Because the system here shows them as 3rd.
Let's see. I see the number 44 in 1st.
Mm-hmm.
The Corvette Racing in 2nd. The okay, yeah, no, they have. Oh, they've already passed them. It didn't take long, but yeah, the GT team already passed them. But they did leave the pits after that, after the 04 car. But they have pretty quickly overtaken them. And now their focus is on the Corvette.
That an LMP2 overtaking the LMP1? Yeah.
Is it? I don't think that's for position.
Well, no, but an LMP2 should not be faster than an LMP1.
Just around the corners. I think.
Back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Came back.
I had mentioned it before. On the very slow corners, the LMP2s have about the same grip and cornering speed. But whenever you get really up past about 100 kilometers an hour, the difference becomes very, very clear.
I'm disappointed that the 15 car in the GTE wasn't able to stay connected, because I wanted to see what their overall strategy was, because they went so long on their first pit stop.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, we won't get to see that. Yeah, Gavin Rimsport had a unfortunate race this time around. They just have struggled to put points on the board this entire championship.
When we raced karts, it was probably our second year racing karts a few years back. We had a season where I don't even know if we finished a full race. There was always something wrong with our go-kart, always. And it was just such a bummer season, but we learned so much. And it was our worst, but then everyone after that was great, because, you know, you learn so much, you know how to work the car better. So there's always a light at the end of the tunnel.
Like, you've done all the errors that the others still have in front of them, so you know now how to avoid them.
Exactly.
These previous 2 rounds, the Porsche and the Rebellion in LMP1 have been trading wins. The Porsche won the first round, and the Rebellion won the second round. The Audi that we're seeing in front right now has been always the bridesmaid and never the bride, placing second in the first round and third in the second round. And so now this third round, they are leading and rather decisively. Could this be the time for the Europroton Racing team this year?
Thanks for the follow, Deepish Black. Stay put in Twitch because we are going to be streaming races, a lot of them, and tomorrow is going to be the next, but this year still has 1 hour and a half to go, and it's going to be fun as always.
Absolutely, it's good to have you.
So things have calmed now in the race, as it's prone to happen in these kind of races. They've all settled down up to a point, but I think we're still gonna be seeing a couple of pit stops, and those are gonna mix up things once again. For those who are new into the race, the pit stops have a minimum pit time of 2 minutes 30, which is about a lap or even a lap and a half for the drivers. So those do really mix up things. No sooner do I say it, there's 2 pit stops. One the number 42 and the other the number 4.
Yes, and a pass for position. The Corvette takes the lead in the class for the first time today now.
Yeah, but I suppose I think they are 1 pit stop down from number 44. So when these guys get into pits, they're gonna lose that position. But let's see.
R30 might be having a battle coming up here pretty soon.
Nope. Well,
Nope.
yes and no, because the 66 went out.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it could have happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was about to happen when the 66
I know.
noped out of the...
Did I curse it?
I
Absolutely.
think it's definitely going to happen because that's put them very, very close together now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that 66 car, they've been having a bit of a mixed bag of a race. So they've had some slow pit stops. They've had, you know, decently good pace overall. But then there's just like little mistakes like that that just keep them out of the podium, out of out of the top spots. But it's been really interesting to watch them. Certainly, see where they end up. But currently they're running 6th overall and 3rd in class. And a little bit of another issue there where they just have a bit of a wobble coming off of that corner. And it allows the number 30 car to just get a little bit closer and a little bit closer.
Yeah.
He's knocking on his door now.
Yes, he is.
There we go. Number 30 and number 66 are at it.
Trying to outbrake him. He's getting very, very, very close there. But didn't quite have the line coming out of the corner to overtake.
And the BMW is spinning off again. Not completely, but he was able to catch it. But
Uh-oh. in the draft on the straight.
Yep.
200, 300 kilometers an hour.
Oh.
Outside the
Oh,
tricky spot
yeah.
to pass there.
Oh. Both wide.
Will they go on the? He seems to be trying to line himself up for the outside of the corner there. A little bit of a cut there on the inside. Not so much that it goes, you know, out of the track limits, but definitely upset the car.
And
He's-
no.
Oh, he's really
Yeah.
trying to find a line to get around him. Find a little bit of extra space. Try to force an error from the number 66 car. He just needs just one more mistake, and the 66 car's thinking, "Oh man, if I make one more, if I make one more mistake."
Oh, okay. Sorry.
He's got a good
Braking.
line going.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, the number 66 trying to make the car as broad as possible.
Yes.
But doing a very good job of it thus far.
Exactly. It's such a dance. How fun.
Yep.
And remember that the LMPs don't have the issues that the Formula Ones have with dirty air. So when you are behind another car, you really can profit a lot from that. We're on the straight again.
He has the top speed advantage, most certainly.
Nah,
Flicks
but he's
the outside instead of the inside.
Oh.
Choosing the outside line is not the right idea, because you have two right-handers after the straight. Therefore, choosing the inside line is the better one.
Yeah.
Still, it keeps things interesting.
Almost certainly it does.
Oh, a little wide.
Yep. We have a Porsche, a slower GTE car to get around. He might be able to use that to his advantage if he can box that guy in.
Oh,
Here we go. He does it. He does it. He's going to make
Totally.
the double pass.
Oh my goodness.
And the number 30 car goes on ahead and passes the 66.
I think it's on a stick.
Oh, and now they have the LMP1 behind them, so they have to let
Yes.
that one pass. That's horrible. You are fighting. You're in your fight, and then you have one behind you that is faster. Oh.
Ooh,
Inches alongside.
they're touching. I know. Oh.
Rebellion is just saying, "Let me by. I am trying to chase this Audi. I have to get by you. I do not want to be involved." But they've got their own battle. They've got to fight as well.
Yeah, on the other hand, but that comes with experience and with keeping a cool head, which is difficult enough. About 2.5 hours into the race, let that one pass, and you are there in a better position.
Yep.
Oh,
Major
yeah.
beneficiary of that.
Oh goodness.
Nobody involved there.
Oh, really
66
wide.
is getting his position back. No, because the next one is a left-hander. And as the Twitch chat pointed out, we are already on lap 100.
Woo! Luca Gadke right behind this cluster of cars battling. He has gone from almost 10 seconds behind to less than 4 seconds behind.
Yeah.
As they fight each other, they slow each other down, and that allows other drivers behind to take advantage.
But he's also the single driver, right? He's been driving the whole time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice.
Whoa! Bit of a tap from Luca Gadke telling, very physically telling the GTE car, "Hey, get out of the way, move it. I need to catch these guys." Very, very aggressive driving from Luca Gadke as these guys battle it out. And Luca says, "Let me up there. I want to be in that battle too." They come around onto the main stretch. We've seen the top speed advantage that the number 30 car has on the straights. There we go.
Ooh.
Ooh, a little wide.
That was a hard way to take the sausage. Yikes.
You want to say that again?
No. And I won't even jiggle the words around because then it would be even worse.
Clip it, Twitch. Clip it. Flip it and ship it. Luca Gadeke in the Dragon Speed car now 2 seconds behind these guys as they fight for position. Somewhere in all of this battling, the Corvette lost his third place position that he had held on to before, and the number 4 Overdrive Sim Racing team of Andy Armano and Jaco Seegers. I don't think I've pronounced either of those names right, but I'm doing my best. They have passed them, so it is now in GTE Porsche 1, 2, and 3. Porsches were clearly the correct choice for this race.
Which I don't understand. Every time I sit in a Porsche, it's death.
Whoa! Dragon Speed car is sliding through the corners. Had a bit of an issue there, goodness.
Hey, Arnie Tsokalot, thanks for following on Twitch. We hope you have fun with the 1 hour and 20 minutes of this race and the other races that we're gonna be, Rogab are still at it, that we're gonna be streaming.
Yeah, Brogab, that team, we've been referring to them as Brogab because that's how they show up in our server. But they are a driver duo of the American, I think the sole American driver in this race, Dylan Brookshire, and Roland Gabsmayer in the Gabman Rennsport Aston Martin Vantage GTE car. They have been having a very, very rough time. They went into the pits, I believe, for a driver change earlier on. And we've got sort of a mixed method, or ACF has sort of a mixed method of doing driver changes, where you leave the server and then the new driver comes in to the server as that car. And they've been running into checksum issues, unfortunately, where some of their data on their local Assetto Corsa client isn't quite matching up with the data on the server. And so that has unfortunately prevented them from racing, but that hasn't stopped them from troubleshooting and trying to get back in this race to put in some points. And unfortunately, it just hasn't worked that well for them. So that's why you're seeing Brogab has disconnected, Brogab has entered the race, etc. That's why you're seeing that.
And by the way, we completely sympathize with that because we've been having issues like that and had to go through all the steps until somebody had some brilliant idea, and it was different steps that we had done wrong for each other. So all three of us had done something wrong and had to set up the server right. Hey, it's quite a technical thingy. And yes, that is a technical word.
Yes, absolutely. I believe in you.
Hey, after 25 years in IT, I know all the wordage. I know big words, many words.
Oh, whoa! The Porsche going around the, wow! Holy cow, if we can back that up. The Porsche, the BMW was coming into the pit lane from the middle of the track. The Porsche LMP1 was trying to go around, there was a car passing the BMW, I think it was an LMP2 car passing the BMW to the left, and so the Porsche attempted to pass to the right, and did it, but it was as the BMW was going in, the Porsche had to go off into the grass and then come back and just barely missed the pit wall. That could have been a
Yikes.
terrible race ender for multiple drivers. Holy cow, that was quite the hairy situation there.
Well, there's also 42 and 66. They may be getting hairy also here shortly.
Absolutely. Wow, the Porsche is driven by Marek Nietzsche and Martin Pristas. I'm not quite sure who's in the driver's seat at the moment, but somebody fetched them a change of pants.
Code Brown situation.
No kidding.
And there we go. As Jenny was saying, 42 is now smelling the fumes of the 66. Man, is he new.
Yeah, that's Luca Gaedke versus the driver duo of the 66 car of Marius Thomason and Niklas Zahn, Underdog Racing.
And getting the lights on to make the driver nervous.
Yep. The drivers do have control over their setups, and it looks like. Whoa!
Ah, he
Oh,
spun.
man.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure it wasn't that bad. I'm pretty sure he's gonna eat up the.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe he lost half a second or something like that. He's gonna eat up that quite fast.
Oh yeah.
If
he'll
he
be fine.
does take care of keeping the tires in the right temperature.
As I was saying, the Dragon Speed car, I think they've set their car up more for top speed rather than downforce and cornering, and we saw them lose a little bit of grip on that corner there.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen their peak top speed at the end of the straight was about 5-10 kilometers an hour faster than the top speed on the number 66 car.
That's a big difference. Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as I was saying, the number 5 going off. The 42 has already caught up. And now take care, because this is the corner combination where you lost control.
Running very, very wide. I think
Yeah.
more out of
Very
an
wide.
abundance of caution than trying to make up some time. But definitely using all the space, flashing the lights going into the braking zone, slowing way, way down. We've seen in the LMP1 category a lot of passing going on in that corner in particular. That's, I believe, the slowest spot on the circuit. And it's proven tricky for quite a few drivers. This corner as well, the uphill banked right-hander. And then now going down the hill, back up the hill. This circuit very much is like a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the corner after this one is like really difficult. You don't see the apex. And it's taking the inside, taking the inside. Good, because the next one is the straight.
He's set up well for it.
Yeah, no.
Can't hold it.
The Porsche is seeing to it that he gets as small as possible. And trying on the inside and contact.
Oh.
No.
Oh, big contact. Absolutely
There's
massive contact.
Something
Holy
happened there.
No.
Oh, and it seems the 42 has an issue as the car is not moving.
Yep.
Maybe the car, yeah,
Both cars have.
disconnected.
Six is in the pits.
Ah, bother.
Oh man, it looks like he just
Oh,
ended
no.
both of their races.
Oh,
Yeah.
not good. What a pity. That's not what we want to see.
No, not at all. Goodness.
That was on the straightaway, huh? Did it get pinched?
It may have been netcode. It may have been that he did not leave enough space on the right side, and therefore they crunched each other.
Yeah. So there was not an entire car length. There was not an entire car width of space on that inside pit wall.
Okay.
And I think,
Yeah.
Sarda, you may be onto something there with the net code. I think perhaps on one client server, or on one client, there was enough space, but on the other client there wasn't enough space. But as the Dragon Speed car tried to get into the inside pocket that the Underdog Racing had left on his screen, I think on the Underdog Racing screen there wasn't enough space. And so they both got together as he went to pass on his end, I think, because he attempted it. I think he saw enough space in there, although it would have been very, very tight. Still definitely his fault. But it would have been very, very tight. But he thought he had enough room to get in. But the Underdog Racing car, he caught the inside left, or the rear left of the Underdog Racing car. I'm sorry, the rear right of the Underside Racing car, turned him into the wall.
Okay.
And then, since there was a bit of lag with the netcode, they essentially morphed into each other.
Yes.
Since they weren't quite where they, the server wasn't quite in agreement on where they were, and so the crash was compounded by the server lag. But yeah, certainly, in a perfect world without server lag, that would have been the case where he would have sent it up on the inside, likely would not have had enough space because the Underdog Racing car was starting to move and closing off that gap.
Yeah.
He did not have enough space to attempt a pass on the inside, and he would have pit maneuvered him into the wall, and they just would have crashed and spun. As it was, they locked together, kind of froze for a moment, and then just got sent off straight away with, I would assume, a lot of damage. But it looks to me now like the 66 Underdog Racing car is in the pits repairing damage. I would assume there's a lot of it. And then they have to, wait.
42 is totally out though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disconnected
think
from the
so.
server.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that's an unfortunate end to the Dragon Speeds race today.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
that
race control is gonna take a look at that after the
I
race.
think so too.
I mean, if I'd be Dragon Racing, I would be knocking on Race Control store and saying, "Hey, take a look at this."
I think if you're Dragon Speed Racing, you're laying as low as you can, because I don't think that is very much in their favor.
Ah, true. That was 42. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think Underdog Racing might have something to say after the race, certainly.
Right. I got those two mixed up. You're right.
Yeah. In round 1 and round 2, both, Luca Gatekey failed to finish. And so it looks like we'll have 3 rounds in a row where Luke is unable to complete the race. But right now, we are observing somebody driving. Who are we watching? The
Number 32, if I see it correctly. That's
yes.
the highest GTE.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is the Porsche GT team. They have been rather dominant today. They got out in front. They have stayed out in front. Never a massive lead, although at this point they're almost 2 laps ahead. So I would say that's getting up there. But towards the beginning of the race, they weren't like terribly far ahead. Like it was the case that they would pit in and they would lose several positions. But now at this point, they have gained quite a bit. Gained quite a bit of space, and they've got quite a cushion. They would be able to make a driver change if they needed to, and probably still stay out in front, or at least get to a point where they'd be able to get out in front. They have yet to win a race in this championship. They placed third in the first race. They placed second in the second race, and now this could be the time where they work their way up and place first.
Well, at least they were on podium twice.
Yes, indeed. And it's always been an improvement. Third, second, maybe first this time.
Number 5 is having a hell of a race.
Yeah, the 54 car of let's see, that's the BMW Valkyrie E-Racing is that team. We have second and third place LMP2 cars in the pits at the same time. I don't think they're making driver changes, but they are certainly in the pits and have been for a few seconds now.
Not able to tell you yet. The server isn't that fast communicating because when they do driver pits, it's takes a while. But driver changes, it takes a while. But it doesn't look as if they are doing.
Right. Very, very slowly but surely, the Porsche has been working its way back up to try to challenge that rebellion in the LMP1 category. Last we checked in on the Porsche, they were about 30 seconds, 20 seconds behind. They've halved that gap to about, fluctuating between about 15 seconds to 20 seconds now. When I started talking, it was about 10 seconds. But they've been rubber banding back and forth, certainly.
That'd be exciting to see what that Porsche can do. If it could come back or eat some time out and then possibly have a little standoff for second place.
Which one? The LMP one?
Correct.
Remember that there are quite some Porsches here.
I undermeant what you stood. Looks like we have the Kislenko Racing team car, the LMP2. They've now come into the pits, so that is all of your leaders for the LMP category. As of a couple laps ago, they have all pitted and gone through.
I believe the Audi will be lapping the Porsche on LMP1 quite, I see correctly, on similar part.
More issues from the bro grab, the bro gab team of Dylan Brookshire and Roland Gabsmayer. They just have had so much luck, but kudos to them. They certainly keep trying.
Yeah. I mean, maybe also to have it right for the next race.
Quite possibly, yeah.
And speaking of next races, while we are an hour away from the end of these 4 hours of Portimao, Tomorrow at about the same time, we will have the 4 hours of Silverstone, not from Assetto Corsa Friends, but from Global Enduro. So if you enjoyed this race and what was there not to enjoy, and hopefully in the next hour we'll still be seeing good things, you will enjoy the race tomorrow. It's also an enduro race on Silverstone. And the next race of the Assetto Corsa Friends is gonna be in the Porsche 911s at Assen. Goodness me, they always they have a roster of very interesting tracks on these 911 races.
I've been keeping an eye on the BMW, and he has again spun off into the gravel trap. So it's pretty unfortunate. We're 4.6 laps down off of the next fastest car, the Corvette. The Corvette is in 4th position. It is Corvette. I'm sorry. It is Porsche 1, 2, 3, Corvette 4, BMW 5 for your manufacturer count in GTE. Porsche is coming into the pits.
The LMP1?
LMP1, yes. Yeah.
Yep. That will put him far away from the second on LMP1.
Absolutely. They've all been out for a little while, though, so I think we may be seeing another round of stops shortly.
True. I mean, it's on WECs and LMPs, it's undercutting, being the first one into pits to get new tires. It's not as important as in Formula 1, but it's not unimportant. If you come out with fresh tires sooner than the other and can keep them fresh longer, then you have an advantage.
I would disagree. I think that it's more important when you're racing over a longer distance to nail that strategy consistently over a long period of time.
Oh yeah, no, keeping the tires fresh for as long as possible, absolutely. But undercutting, being one lap into the pits before the other, is not as important. I mean, one thing that you can see if you follow Formula E, those guys have limited energy and have one set of tires for the whole race. And you see that the experienced and endurance racers do quite well on Formula E, because they know how to get the most speed while not overusing the resources of the car.
Certainly, it's very easy to go fast on a track whenever you're a top-level driver with great pace. It is much tougher to make a car go fast over a very extended period of time than it would be for, say a sprint race. And so whenever you're having to balance, just going fast with, where do I conserve my tires among the, on the lap? Where can I give it a little bit less throttle as I, go down this hill going into the braking zone. That sort of thing is really something that it takes a good driver to go fast. It takes a great driver to go fast in an endurance race, I would say.
Yeah, that's yet another thing that I've always liked about the LMPs, especially the LMPs. It's They are fast cars, almost as fast as a Formula One, but they are fast cars that can be that fast for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Put a Formula One on 24 hours and they would not survive. The cars are not made for that. The
Right.
motors are not made to be on 24 hours at almost the whole time. The Porsche almost losing
23.
it.
And
So
then the number 4 going off as well, recovering, but just going very, very wide and almost touching the gravel there for a moment.
Well, it was like we were saying, right? This last hour might start to see a little bit more mistakes and maybe endurance, falling off a little bit.
through that.
I'm still impressed with 23, the Rebellion. Pretty cool. I'm tired sitting here watching, and they've been driving the whole time.
Yeah. Sasha Gerard, organizer for one of the organizers for this series, racing along and doing quite well. They won the previous race, and they placed in 4th in round 1, and so they found their groove in the second round, and they seem to be exercising it all the same here as well. Consistent, consistent, consistent. We are now 120 laps in, as the Audi has now crossed the timing line 120 times in the 3 hours that we have been racing so far.
As I said at the beginning, 3 hours racing. If I survive 5 laps at Portimao without going off, I can count myself lucky. Because this track is, I love this track, but it's not easy. It's very difficult. You have tight corners. It's very technical.
Yes.
Also because of all the ups and downs, and as I said, there's a couple of corners that have blind apexes. You have to know where the apex is from experience, from training, because you don't see it, you won't ever see it, or if you see it, it's too late to do anything about it.
I'm just trying to take in your description of Portimao as tight.
The corners are tight.
Some of the corners are tight.
Yep.
But overall, it's a very, very wide circuit. It's like
Oh,
6 cars
absolutely.
wide.
So that's the fun of it. It's technical, so it's difficult, but it's wide enough that in most of the spots in the track you can overtake if you have an opportunity. So there's much more opportunities to overtake at Portimao than at other tracks, because it's so wide that even if you have to be very technical and very precise, or because you have to, there's still a lot of places where you can overtake.
Number 2 Rebellion is in the pits. The Porsche behind has now gotten his lap back. He is now just 1 lap down as opposed to 2 laps down. But with the Rebellion having a little bit longer to wait, the Porsche might be back in fighting contention for the Rebellion's position, at least until the Porsche has to pit.
Well, Cody, you sure are right. Especially that GT classes, it's kind of impressive how they the top 3 are the Porsches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the car to pick.
It's interesting. The Porsches are very good in a straight line. They also are very, if you know how to drive them, they are very stable around a corner because they have all of that weight over the rear wheels right up until you give it too much gas. You have incredible grip coming out of a corner at speed. And on this circuit, there's pretty much every corner you are coming out with like some level of speed that you're carrying through the corner. And the Porsches, they're just so good at those smooth flowing corners and managing those so well. And so I think that this was definitely a good choice for them, and as we can see, it's paying off with Porsche
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3.
I've been watching the number 32, the GTE Porsche. It's so smooth. Really good drivers.
And by the way, anybody on the stream, don't be scared if you see a DNF on the Audi LMP1. They're just doing a driver swap, and this system records a DNF when they do that, but it's just some technical stuff. They are going to be back in the race soon enough.
Indeed, that Porsche facing the Rebellion that had come into the pits. The Rebellion is now out of the pits, but they are within 10 seconds of the Rebellion.
Oh, this could get exciting.
It could.
Mhm.
And then with the Audi, the leading Audi in the pits, doing a driver swap, we might see a little bit of a battle.
I'm not that sure. The Audi had enough space. I mean, the Rebellion is 3.5 minutes away from the Audi, so I see more of a battle between the Porsche and the Rebellion, which are now 9 seconds away from each other, than the Audi having anything to do there, other than keeping the car on track and surviving the next 50 minutes.
Well, the Rebellion did get the opportunity to get back on that lead lap, so that is good for them. Being on the lead lap isn't as important as it is in, say, NASCAR for you American viewers, but it's definitely somewhere that you'd like to be rather than not. Yeah, so far, our closest battles are definitely between the LMP1 and LMP2 cars. And you watch those prototypes just speed right past
Yeah.
the GTE cars. And the crazy thing is, you get in a GTE car, especially... I watch IMSA a significant amount, and one of my favorite things to do in Assetto Corsa is to set up grids for IMSA. And for those unfamiliar, they have DPI, which is essentially faster LMP2. They have LMP2. They have GTE, and which they call GTLM. And then they have GT3 cars on track. And it's really interesting whenever you're in a GTE car to see just how much faster you are than a GT3. And it's real, the difference is pretty stark. And then you hop in a Le Mans prototype. And the difference doesn't seem so big. Because you pass them both like they're stopped.
Yeah, I've said it, but I'm gonna repeat myself. I'm gonna miss those elements. Really gonna miss seeing those elements. I mean, nothing.
I'm excited for Hypercar.
Exactly. They may be very interesting. I've seen a couple of them, but I haven't driven them yet. I know that there is a mod for Assetto Corsa out there, but I've been occupied doing other things, so I haven't driven them yet. And they may be as interesting as the LMPs. Still, I'm gonna miss the.
So I have driven the Toyota Hypercar mod for Assetto Corsa. I have driven it. I feel like I don't know how much of my complaints about it have to do with the default setup of the car, but to me, comparing it to an LMP1 car, you have the same power and the same feeling, like the same car feeling, but then the downforce, the confidence around a corner is not as strong. It's about the same level of confidence as, I would say, like the old LMP ones, like the Audi R8 LMP, and the Bentley. It's a similar confidence to those around a corner, just because you don't have as much downforce. The power feels the same.
But
It's
then
not, but it feels the same.
But then the regulations have reached what they wanted, because what one of the issues, one of the many issues the LMP class had, was that they were too fast. It was difficult to build a car that would be able to compete with the Audis, the Rebellions, and so on. So maybe for the races, it's a good thing.
Yep, I think so. And I really did enjoy Le Mans this year. It's quite a fun experience watching Glickenhaus slam into the back of the Toyota on turn 1.
With real cars on real races, as Mr. Glickenhaus was telling us.
Yes, I had a tweet that said racing is oh gosh, what was it? Racing is when real cars slam it, or racing is slamming into the back of real cars on real tracks. Everything else is meaningless bullshit. Yep. What a great way to start off a Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, I read that and I was like, yeah, okay, boomer.
Yep. Old man yells at cloud, news at 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I get it. The driving one of these cars is something different than driving sim racing. Absolutely, but as we've seen, and I mean, we see it in the newer generation of especially Formula One drivers. You have a Lando Norris who has. I think Lando is still surprised that he's allowed to sit in a Formula One, and he's been sim racing. I mean, his experience comes from kart racing, of course, but he's been sim racing all his life. So he's a fantastic driver, and I think he has an excellent future. He's been showing a fantastic season, this Formula One season. And okay, you have a Verstappen who drives as if he would be in an Assetto Corsa open lobby, but leave it at that. So we have a generation of drivers who have grown up with sim racing. I have to take a look at the two brothers who are now on DTM. There's these two South African brothers, the Van der Linde, and I think they also sim race, but I would have to take a closer look. And they are quite dominating in some of the races of the DTM races. They were first and second on the grid. So I get it. One of my things in the bucket list is doing Eau Rouge in a real live racing car, like feeling all the G's that try to pull you down, up, to the side, and I suppose you're gonna feel as if they're trying to pull you apart. It's something different, and I've raced karts, and of course it's different than sitting racing kartcraft. Still, the racing is the same.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, the Porsche LMP1 is now 4 to 5 minutes away from the Rebellion. So
wow, that's a long time.
You know, he meant seconds.
thingies, those things with a clock that makes TikTok.
No worries, no worries. Yes. He is slowly but surely reeling in the Rebellion as the Rebellion tries to
Yeah.
get his way around the LMP2s.
Oh man, Cody, I'm so sorry you disconnected from Discord.
Oh no! But yeah, we're seeing that Porsche catch up quite a bit. That Porsche, I think, the fastest thing around the circuit in terms of top speed. I've seen that thing do 339 on the straight, I think it
Wow.
was.
And truth to be told, I
Well, it's
just took
definitely on a mission right now.
I just took a look at the data from the server, and that Porsche has recorded a top speed of 340.
Cool.
Wow. Oh yeah, I see that.
So you were spot on.
Very cool. But yeah, that Porsche is quick, and is definitely focused on catching that Rebellion.
Yeah, you could tell that he's pushing, right? But still very controlled, very smooth.
And I won't stop repeating being very smooth on Portimao is really difficult.
Right.
Ooh,
Oh.
yeah, well done.
We are at this point 3 hours and 20 minutes into a 4-hour race, and our top 3 drivers for overall are all on the same lead lap.
It's pretty
Isn't
good.
that wild? Some very close competition here between the number 11, the number 23, and the number 96.
I mean, I don't remember how it was this year, but last year, Le Mans, I think number 1 and number 2 were seconds away from each other, like 2 or 3
Oh, wow.
seconds. Like, really, and there's been Le Mans races where they were almost in the same second. So, and that after 24 hours. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
That's gotta be, and remember, once the race starts, the drivers only sleep around 3 hours at most in between stints. So you are tired. I mean, after 3 hours, you have had one cycle of sleep. You're not really there. I mean, I know that after 3 hours, I wouldn't be able to even recognize where the car is, much alone sit in it and race.
Well, you can see the Rebellion car now. Woohoo!
Oh, yes. Yep, he's got him in his sights. 1.5 seconds off here in this braking zone.
And playing with the
Watching those
lights.
lights.
He's saying hi. I'm coming.
Oh,
Ooh.
well, you can
Yeah.
play with your lights all you want.
Aww.
Everyone
Rebellion
with his
flashing
lights a
now.
little too much in that cockpit there.
Yeah.
Oh! Now the car is a little bit squirrely. That should not be tire temperature because it wasn't that much of an issue, but who knows.
No, I think he was in the zone and focused, and then
Yeah.
I think that pulled him out of it.
Yeah.
But I think that let's see who's in that car. Actually I don't know who's in that car, but Narek Nietzsche and Martin Pristis. It's one of those two. It's that team, ACF SK Racing. I think that they will be able to find their groove probably here on this straight. Get up to I saw 343 kilometers an hour through the straight there. Yeah. So there's definitely no lack of speed from that Porsche still. But yeah, reeling him in again. He got down to about 3.5 seconds away. He's back down to 1.5, 2 seconds here.
Oh, also because the rebellion went one.
Yep, that as well.
Don't do that, Sasha. We want to see you guys racing wheel to wheel and not losing it on the corners.
Looking like we're gonna see a pretty neat battle here pretty quick. As he gets down to 1.7, 1.8 seconds behind consistently now. Slowly reeling him in. And if you're Sasha Gerard in that rebellion, you're seeing in your mirror, and you go, nope, just focus on the track ahead. Just go ahead. He's not there. There's nothing behind me. Let's go.
And the Porsche is doing in every sector doing a little bit better times than the rebellion. Wow.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, let's give that to Sasha. He's been racing alone in that car for 3.5 hours. Yikes.
Absolutely. This is the battle for second. The Europroton team has ensured that it's a battle for second. At this point, almost a lap ahead as these guys slow each other down in their battle. But yeah, the Europroton team running away with it, looking like they're probably going to get their first win of the season if things continue the way they have been for them.
That's a pretty big victory for this track. Whew.
Most certainly. It's tough.
Mm. It's been really enjoyable.
He's got the speed. Holy cow. There's the pass.
There it is. On the straight.
Wow.
Tremendous pass there. The Rebellion very slow coming out of that corner onto the straight, and that is a tough place to be slow on because it means you're slow through the entire rest of the straightaway. But yeah, that's definitely something to capitalize on. The Porsche trying to get around that LMP2, Rebellion following much smoother. He's right on his tail.
Yeah.
Says, you know, hey, you don't count me out. You may have passed me. You may have caught me in a mistake, but I still have the pace to stay ahead of you. Now let me just give me a chance and let me by.
Let me by, I'll prove it to you.
Exactly.
And the Porsche now having a little bit of an issue there.
Right there.
They're alongside. Rebellion going wide, gonna try to get that apex, get a really good line through here.
Yeah, their sector times quite similar. The Rebellion a little bit faster.
The Rebellion there also kind of holding back to a degree, trying to not bend the car when they're a little closer together. But man, on this straightaway, the Porsche just takes off. He is gone now. Holy cow.
Yeah. Wow.
And the Rebellion might catch him in the straightaway, but that Porsche is geared for top speed. Absolutely. When you're setting up a car, oh, go ahead.
No, safe.
When you're setting up a car, oftentimes you'll have different decisions that you have to make. You know, if you put the wing a little bit higher, you have more downforce, but that also creates more drag, and that slows you down. If you put the wing a little lower, you don't have as much cornering ability because you don't have as much downforce. But on the straights, you'll be set for that top speed. I think that the Porsche has geared themselves more for top speed, and Algarve being a very fast circuit all around, I think that was a good choice.
The sector times are still quite near, but at the moment the Porsche is doing tiny bit faster sector time. But the Rebellion is not letting up. And
No,
ooh,
wow.
I think there was a little bit of a tap there because the Rebellion lost a little bit of control of the car.
They've been struggling with that corner, and that's a really tough one to struggle with because it is going out onto that straight.
You want to keep as much speed as you can because you're gonna use that speed on the straight.
They make it around this BMW. Oh, slowing down the Rebellion just a tiny bit. Had to wait just a little bit before he got on the throttle for this straightaway. But, ooh, he catches up to him with an excellent braking zone. Excellent braking zone, making up all of the
I know.
time lost
That's
before.
impressive.
I think we may have seen him lock a tire just briefly, so
Yeah.
it might be dealing with the repercussions of that a little bit. But with 30 minutes left in the race, that is both a lot of time and not a lot of time. It's a lot of time if you damage your car. It's not a lot of time if you, you know, realize that you're running out of space to make a move. Ooh, a bit of a tap there. I think that might have come down to netcode. While we go in this battle, I just want to update you a little bit. Your previous leader, now third place LMP2 car, has come into the pits. That is the Alpine, Signatech Alpine Racing car, number 53, driven by Eamon Cabral and Nathan Thibodeau. But back to this after the straightaway. Goodness, the Porsche LMP1 just speeds off. But then that Rebellion, ever the handling car, catches them up in the braking zones and in the tight corners.
Yeah.
Well, sure. If you have set up your car to be fast, you're not gonna be as fast in the corners, and if you have set up your car to have good downforce, you're not gonna be fast, but the corners are gonna be fast. So it's, as always, a trade-off.
Certainly, and as they go through the lap, you see that delta rubber banding back and forth, reflecting that.
Although now the Porsche is already 2 seconds away.
Do you think perhaps Sasha has just decided to let him by?
Yeah, I mean, we saw him struggling a couple of times with that last corner, and maybe he's decided that if he continues that way, if he continues so focused on taking the Porsche, that he may lose the race. And I mean, it's better to finish, even if finishing third, than to bin the car and not finish at all. So
Absolutely, there's a championship on the line here.
yeah. I mean, it's again a trade-off. It's thinking, okay, I don't want to be third. I want to be first if possible, second if possible. And on the other hand, is like, okay, but am I overstretching myself or the car? Am I going to the limits of what I can, or pushing the car to the limits of what it can? So it. A driver with a cool head and experience, and Sasha is experienced, will say, you know what, I'd rather finish this year because it's points after all than go all in and lose.
Speaking of points, we've just had a, I believe we've, yeah, I think we're about to, yes, we've just had a pass in the pit lane from, looks like one of the Aspire Racing Team cars. Yes, the number 30 Aspire Racing Team car has just passed the Kislenko Racing, that yellow and black LMP2 car, for the lead in LMP2 through the pits. Yeah, we are starting to see that gap between now the third place Rebellion of Sasha Gerard. We're starting to see that gap between it and the Porsche machine start to widen as the Porsche now sets its sights on the lofty goal of catching up to the Europroton Audi. He has an entire lap to make up in 27 seconds. And a lap time around here for the Audi has been 1 minute and 26 seconds. So he has to make up more than 1 minute 26 seconds of lap time on top of the Audi in under 30 minutes. That's a lofty goal to achieve. Can it be done? Certainly. Are they the one to do it? Time will tell.
At least if I look at the sector times, the Porsche won't be able to do it, as the sector times of the Audi are consistently a tiny bit, but still consistently better than the ones of half a second and or so. That's a lot. Of course, when they start lapping other cars, that's gonna bring a little bit of difficulty, but I think at this level of the race, that's not gonna change much things between the Audi and between the Audi, the Porsche and the Rebellion.
For sure.
Of course, now that I've said it, they're gonna bin it in some curve.
You know how it goes. The Porsche slowly but surely is gaining a little bit of time on the Audi. The Audi of Europroton, they have a gap, and they have 25 minutes left. They have to maintain that. I don't think they're running the same lap times that that they had been running before. Just because whenever you are in front and you're very much in the lead and dominating the race, there's not a lot of point in driving at 100% and risking a mistake when you can finish the race confidently. But I wonder if we're going to start to see them pick up the pace now that the Porsche has moved into position to strike. How do you guys think about that?
I mean, the best lap of the Audi was 124, and the last lap that the Audi did was 129. So for sure, they're not doing their fastest laps.
Right.
And the last lap of the Porsche was 127. So that's kind of 2 seconds faster than the Audi, and it may very well be that the driver of the Audi
125.8. So they're picking up the pace. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I was saying that it may, as you were saying, very well be that the driver of the Audi took it easy, because that's what you do. You don't
Right.
push to the limit when you're on first, unless you're Vettel trying to make the 5th fastest lap on the race when he was on Red Bull, but that was another time, another car, and maybe even another driver. But you normally don't do that. You take it easy and see to it that you finish the race. But of course, now he may very well be picking up. The question is, if he picks up pace, will he be able to be faster than the Porsche, or at least as fast as the Porsche, keeping the Porsche at bay? The best lap of the Porsche is 125, while the best lap of the Audi is 124. So if the Audi starts doing best laps all over again, they won't, but let's see what the next minutes bring. Are a little bit over 20 minutes away from the end of the race.
Cody, I'd be surprised if the Audi doesn't start picking it up just a little bit more. Just to be safe.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see those lap times as they go down, as things get a bit more desperate. We've got 22 minutes left of this 4-hour endurance race.
The last lap times that we saw for the Audi and the Porsche were quite similar. The Porsche was something like 0.4 seconds faster. So definitely the Audi has taken pace.
The Rebellion has come into the pits. Probably for the last time, I would bet.
I'd expect that car to do a splash and dash. Although even with the splash and dash, if I understood the regulations correctly, they have to wait 2.5 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, so that system really encourages taking as few pit stops as possible, because no matter what, you're going to have to wait that amount of time minimum.
Yep. It may also be done to put a little bit of balance between the drivers who drive alone and the drivers who do a driver swap.
Right. Yep.
Like, even if you drive alone and don't do a driver swap, you have to wait. Which, of course, if you're driving alone, it's a good moment to just run to the bathroom and be able to drive in peace for the rest of the race. There's a Spanish driver, sim racer, who mostly does ovals on Twitch, and he was like, "Ooh, I took too much water. Oh my god, I don't know what to do." And right as he was saying, I will have to get into pits, he got a yellow. There was a yellow flag, and he went into pits and raced to the bathroom. And he was fast enough in the bathroom that when he came out and took the car again, he did not lose a position because of the yellow flag.
That sure was a yellow flag, wasn't it?
Yikes. Watch out where the Huskies go, and don't you take that yellow flag. Okay.
Oh man.
Ooh, the Porsche was quite slower than the Audi in the last lap. The Audi making 126, the Porsche one making 128.
Yep. A part of pace and speed and being consistent is not pushing too hard. So might be running into an issue where they're just trying a little too hard, and at this point both of those cars have been out for a while. They're both due for a pit stop. Maybe they'll try to make it. I can't quite see, what tire compound are they on? Are they both on medium still?
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
So the only ones on soft are the number 30 LMP2.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've been watching the Porsche, the LMP1, and with the noise, it's really interesting that you could hear a lot of skidding going on too.
That really means that you're pushing the car to the limit.
Yep, and past the limit, because that's not fast.
Yeah, on the other hand, what a race driver told me once is, don't be so unnerved if you hear the tires screeching. Be unnerved when they stop.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's for sure. I got to do an open wheel driving experience on the Texas Motor Speedway infield course when I graduated high school.
Oh.
Oh, how fun.
Which that was interesting because that was my first time driving a manual ever.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
So I learned very quickly. I actually did fine. I did fine with the manual. I had, I had seen videos of people doing it. I'd been in the car with people who had driven a manual, so I kind of knew what to expect. But yeah, actually doing it was quite interesting. But you got 10 laps around, and I really sort of found my groove on about. Oh, yep, Porsche comes into pit now.
Yep.
I really found my groove at around lap 5 or 6 or so. And then on lap 7, I was feeling pretty confident. And so I'm going around the final corner. And it's kind of a late apex corner. Where like the whole track is kind of bean shaped. And so I was like doing the big turn. And then it like turns in a little bit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, wait, hang on. Driver change. Driver change. My bad.
Whew.
Okay,
I know,
so
I
they're
saw
doing
it
a Yeah, it freaked me out for a second there. But yeah, your number 2 Porsche, the number 11 car, running in second place. They are now doing their final driver change of the race.
Hey, Historias Maxa and Open Wheeler El Real. Thanks for following on Twitch. We hope you're gonna enjoy the last 16 minutes of this race, and there's more races coming up.
But yeah, just to cap off the point that I was getting to, I'm driving this open wheel race car around the corner, and I realized that I had apexed a little bit too soon, and I still needed to tighten it up. And so I just tightened it up a little bit, and I just felt the front end, like the tires just get really light all of a sudden. And I just kind of like skidded forward a little bit. I didn't crash the car or anything like that. I didn't even lose a whole lot of time, but I was just like, oh, that's what it feels like to lose grip all of a sudden in an open wheel race car. But yeah, it's an interesting feeling. But yeah, as you're going around, you do hear the tires just kind of like slide and kind of screech a little bit, and that's just using the grip. But yeah, it's a very interesting thing driving a race car. And then in the sim, what these guys are experiencing is you have your force feedback through the wheel, you have the sound, and you have what's visually in front of you, but that's it. You don't have any of the feeling of, okay, I'm starting to lose, the front end because I feel, the front end that's physically in front of me moving. You don't have that. And so in sim racing, there's a tendency to overdrive the car a little bit because you're more confident than you probably would be if you were in the real thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference. I mean, when you feel the G forces and you feel the car, you can react more instinctively than we do when sim racing. Absolutely.
The Corvette, there's a battle for third here. The Corvette and the number 04 Porsche are both in the pits at the same time.
Yeah, that'll be super fun.
And so it's going to be a battle of of who gets out of the pits first.
Oh, the Porsche LMP1 just went off the track.
Oh.
And then
Yep.
Rebellion passed.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yep. 13 minutes left in this race, and we
Oh
have
my gosh.
we have a change for second position. Oh my goodness.
I'm getting nervous.
The Corvette is off first, so the Corvette is back into third. The Porsche is still sitting there at the end of the pit lane, has not left yet. So it looks like the Corvette is going to take back third position.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Porsche and Rebellion battling it out yet again. I've been keeping an eye on that Rebellion because they had been hanging back, ready to capitalize on
Ooh,
any
and the
mistake.
Porsche locks the
Oh,
brakes.
Locking up those fronts, absolutely.
He got nervous. I'm pretty sure he got nervous. I mean, the first may just have been bad luck, 1 second of not looking, but now he got nervous and he's trying to get that position back, and that's bringing these errors that we're seeing. The Audi was already in pits not too long ago, right?
It's been a little bit for the Audi. They're due
Okay.
for a pit stop relatively soon. It'll be interesting to see if they try to tough it out, because they don't have any pit stops that they have to make mandatory. And so I think that it's probably in their best interest to try to make these tires survive as long as they can.
Hope that tires and fuel will allow them to do that.
Yep.
They've definitely turned up another gear, though. We had talked earlier, they were doing 1 minute 29s, 1 minute 28s. They did a 1 minute 25.5 for their last lap.
Yeah.
And they're at this point 2.5 laps ahead of the Rebellion and the Porsche. So they've definitely been hiding another gear in the figurative sense that they have definitely tapped into now. 319 down the front stretch for the Audi. Still not as quite as fast as the Porsche is able to do. I do still think the Porsche is the fastest thing in a straight line on this circuit. But the Audi clearly is well-rounded for this track.
I'm quite sure that they did the setup, as you were saying, that they did the setup to make it a fast car. Which is not paying off as much as they wanted it to. Clearly not.
Well, the Porsches just had those little mistakes. You know, you recall at the beginning of the race, they were leading and pretty dominantly so. You know, the Audi was right behind them, but it was those two for sure, way out in front the whole time. But as this race has progressed, the Audi has just proven that they're more consistent, for one, and that they have a car that is really well set up. I think that the Porsche still could maintain that level of speed, but they just haven't been. They just ran, their previous lap was a 1 minute 30, they just ran a 1 minute 29.2. And the Rebellion's running 1 minute 29.021s, but remember the Porsche has taken their pit stop more recently than the Audi. The Audi's on older tires than the Porsche is. So it might be a different driver in the car, and it might be something else, but the Porsche is definitely not having the same pace that they did, pardon me, the same pace that they did at the beginning of the race.
So the Porsche definitely did a driver swap, remember?
Oh
yes,
recently?
you're right.
Yeah, how
Yes.
recently?
Yeah, because we were worried when they pitted that they got disconnected, and then we realized they were doing
yes,
a driver swap.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, the Porsche has pitted more recently than the Audi. But yeah, they're dropping back. So perhaps they swapped drivers, and the new driver has not been able to reach up to, or has not been able to catch up to the pace of their teammate. But yeah, they're running fairly consistently 3 seconds below their personal best. All right, 3 seconds above their personal best. My apologies. In LMP2, it's been a little bit since we popped in with them. It is Kizlenko Racing in first, Alpine in second, and Aspire Racing Team number 30 in third.
Of
And
course, the minute you talk about Kazlenko Racing Team, they go off.
Oh.
Commentator's curse, as they say.
Oh no, we're sorry.
It is Works Corvette number 1, number 44 Overdrive Sim Racing. I'm sorry, not Works Corvette number 1. Works Porsche number 1, Overdrive Sim Racing Porsche number 44 in second place, and then the Corvette Racing car is third.
And the Audi LMP1 is in pits.
Okay.
Oh boy, our leader is in the pits. They have a 2-lap advantage.
Wow.
I guess. So they have to wait 2.5 minutes. So they're going to lose a lap, but they should theoretically come out on top still. But
The Rebellion has regained one of the laps.
yes, yeah. So they are now less than 2 laps down. The Porsche has taken the opportunity to get a lot closer. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. That is an LMP2 car, not an LMP1. I was gonna say, the Porsche found another gear, goodness. But yeah, ACFSK Racing, they're doing well, certainly. They're not doing as well as in round 2. They've been on a bit of a, if this trend continues, they've been on a bit of a downward slide, placing first in the first race, second in the second race, and then here in this third race, they are on par to come in third if nothing changes. Of course, there is 6 minutes left in the race, and in that 6 seconds, goodness, there's 6 minutes left in the race. Now I'm the one who can't figure out which hand the clock is pointing at, or which hand of the clock is the one that I'm looking at. Words.
Okay.
Hi, it's been 4 hours. But anyways, a lot can change.
And the Rebellion is now on the same lap as the Audi. The Audi being like a couple of seconds or so away from lapping the Rebellion. But still, now they are on the same lap. The Audi came out after 2 minutes and 31 seconds, so they were playing it safe, which is a good thing.
Yeah. The next car that is right in front of the Audi.
Yep.
That Rebellion.
As I said, they've regained their lap. They're in the same lap, but it's quite possible that the Audi, as soon as they get temperature into the tires, are gonna be able to take over and lap the Rebellion.
Certainly looks like it.
Oh, and the Porsche now having difficulties. I don't think the Porsche is gonna be able to catch the Rebellion.
Right, I agree with you. I think Rebellion's gonna secure that second.
Four minutes left in this race. No changes from the last time that we listed our leaders in class. But I would say the closest battle that we have at this point in the race is that Porsche and Rebellion, which... Whoa! Porsche on Porsche violence. The number 3 Porsche LMP1 colliding with the number 32 Porsche 911 RSR 19.
Hey, bother. So as we are now 3 minutes away from the end of the race, if you enjoyed our commentating, what am I saying? Because you enjoyed our commentating here, let me remind you that tomorrow we'll be commentating yet another endurance race, this time on Silverstone, and it's gonna be by Global Enduro, which are racing LMP2s, GTEs, and including into the GTEs the Ferrari 488. It's gonna be an interesting race with a completely different group of people. Global Enduro is specialized in doing endurance races. We saw the 6 hours of Le Mans, we're gonna see the 4 hour of Silverstone, and they have even other races lined up. So tomorrow, almost at the same time of this race, we started at 1800 CET, we're gonna be in Silverstone.
Absolutely. During that, we saw the Cetilar branded car, the Underdog Racing number 66 Delara. They had a bit of a hairy moment, had a bit of a spin there on the corner exit for one of the corners, but it looks like it hasn't changed too much in the realm of LMP2s. So thankfully, in their eyes, they haven't lost any positions. But unfortunately for the person behind them, they didn't get to capitalize on that, because the LMP2 category is fairly stratified at this point. But with 1 minute left, it's looking more and more like we're going to see, for the first time this season, Cedric Benz and Daniel Soul taking their first overall win.
It's exciting. It's exciting for all the drivers just to finish this race. How
Yeah.
exhausting.
Yes, certainly. We'll have 2 first wins, as this is the first time the Porsche GT team has come out on top. They placed 3rd in class in round 1 and 2nd in class in round 2. And this time around, they're going to subtract 1 more off of that number and place 1st in class in GTE Pro.
We're half a second away from the end of the time, which doesn't mean the end of the race. Because, let me see, the Audi LMP1, no, I don't think he's gonna make it in time. I think when the Audi LMP1 crosses the line, the time will have been off and he's gonna be finishing the race. Yeah.
Yeah, final
Time
lap.
is off. Maybe he also drove a little bit slower so that time would be off. And there it is. The Audi number 96 has won this race in the LMP1 class.
Very well deserved.
Congratulations to Europroton.
Yeah.
And the Porsche has also finished as well. Down a lap, they finished in 3rd.
Woohoo!
The Porsche GT car is coming around shortly. And they will be your winner in GTE. And then it is the LMP2 car that we do not have on our timing screen, the number 31 ZHE LOM. I'm so sorry, guys. I do not know the names of those drivers, but they are about to come around and they will take the win in LMP2.
And there we see the GTE crossing the line.
Indeed, and now the LMP2. Thank you for coming along with us, everybody.
Ooh, that was a race. That was a race. Yeah.
That was
I
3
mean-
races in one, sorta.
Yeah, as always. And we thought he was gonna end up third, but no. Sasha in the Rebellion ends second in the LMP1 class.
Very good job. All by yourself. That's awesome.
Good job to everyone finishing this race and not binning it in any kind of way, because it's Portimao. It's a very difficult. I mean, I know, Cody, you say it's a wide track and so on, but man, even if it's wide, it's not the easiest track out there.
Oh, most certainly. It's a tricky layout. But certainly great race, everybody. Good job. And now it looks like... Alright, Cedric Benz and Daniel Soul gonna pull it into the pit lane. No donuts this time around.
Well, there were a couple of guys doing donuts.
Oh yeah.
So thank you everyone on the stream for watching, commentating. Thanks to the new followers and subscribers. And remember, because you liked our commentary, you will be able to hear us all three once again tomorrow on the 4-hour Silverstone Enduro race of Global Enduro, and the next race of
doing a photo finish.
yeah. And the next race of Assetto Corsa Friends is going to be a 911 race at Assen on September 10th.
Woohoo!
So, Cody, any comments on this race?
Well, this was a lot of fun. We saw some great endurance action, and it's good to be back. I've been a little bit, I've been away from the RomRom YouTube channel for a little bit, and so it's good to be back with my co-host Serta and Jenny.
So, Jenny, any comments from you from the race?
I just want to comment on how nice it was, and I felt most overall that everybody was really respectful, so it was very enjoyable as a spectator to see the clean racing and the really hard racing. So good job to all the drivers, and just like Cody, I'm super excited to kind of be back in the mix again and look forward to doing more races.
Definitely. Yeah, Assetto Corsa Friends are a group, as I said. They don't let anyone just like that race in these races, and therefore that's why you're seeing such a respectful and such good racing. That's why I'm commentating and not racing, for example. Anyway, thank you very much, Jenny, for being here commentating with us. Thank you very much, Cody, as always, commentating. Thank you very much to everyone watching. And until the next time, which is going to be tomorrow, save fuel, collect pickup, and we'll see each other on the podium. Have a nice one. Okay. Oh. Ooh, that
was
went
fun.
Yeah, that went faster than I thought. I mean, 4 hours can be